Good morning. I'm Dr. Ron Puschi and would like to welcome all of you to our 22nd annual joint venture New Jersey DEP and Air and Waste Management Association Regulatory Update Multimedia Virtual Conference. Hope you're all doing well. I work for New Jersey DEP Contaminated Site Remediation and Redevelopment, Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. My background is BSMS and PhD in chemical engineering with over 35 years of experience in environmental field. I have been the contact person between the department and AWMA in organizing these conferences. This is a unique conference with 11 speakers and 4 moderators to hear directly from the department's top decision makers on the most current regulatory topics. We are honored to have Commissioner Sean Latourette, Assistant Commissioners Paul Baldoff and David Hames, and many senior managers to speak at this conference. This is the 4th year we are having this conference online with over 360 registrants. The presentation slides will be available on AWMA and the department's websites after the conference. Email notifications will be sent to all registrants regarding availability of the slides, the conference agenda, a bio summary of all the speakers, a survey form for feedback, and the department's organizational chart are available in the chat section of the webinar. Please complete the survey form and let us know of future topics you would like to hear. I would like to thank all our speakers, moderators, IT team, and AWMA, and all of you who have made this conference possible. If you have any questions, please put it in the question section of the webinar. Moderators for our morning sessions are Mike Schaefer and Joanne Held, and in the afternoon, Chris Whitehead and myself will be your moderators. Mike?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Schaefer, past chair of the North and Central New Jersey chapter. And Joanne Held, who's also past chair, and I will be taking you through the morning sessions. Next slide. Just a little bit of a background on the regulatory conference. It's a joint venture between DEP and North and Central New Jersey chapter. This is the 22nd year we've had this conference, 4th year virtual, as Ron pointed out earlier. We're as Ron stated previously, we are honored to have the commissioner to give the opening remarks. He's been a staunch supporter of our program in this particular conference. And as Ron also pointed out, speakers include basically leadership from most, if not all, the major program areas within the department. Next slide. A little bit of a background on our chapter. Individuals who you've heard from time to time throughout the year and with the emails and our programs. So Sunila Gupta is our incoming chapter chair. As I pointed out previously, Joanne and I are past chairs. Mary Daly, who you get a lot of the email blasts from, and really is kind of the eyes and ears of everything that goes on with our chapter, is a director. Our secretary and student liaison is Gabby Carrasco. Treasurer is Fran Lindsley Matthews. Our program chair and who comes up with the great ideas is Chris Whitehead. Our DEP liaison and the person that really makes this program run and has been a great advocate for our chapter is Ron Pucci. Another program part of our program is Paul Eisen, and a student liaison committee member is Jyoti Agarwal. Next slide. So this is available. If you see the red dot, 3 red dots off to the left, our conference agenda. We got a pretty packed program. The good part about the virtual format is that you can kind of come in and out as you please. But I think we've got, pretty robust program today, and looking forward to getting started. Next slide. Just some reminders. I think we'll be keeping you on mute and your video off, so there's like double protection there. But just in case, keep your speaker, your microphone muted and your camera off. We'll be doing question and answers through the questions chat function on the left there. So if you have questions, please type them in, and please type your name and affiliation. And we'll try to get to as many questions as possible. We do have a packed program. Any question that does not get answered, you will get a follow-up after the program is over. Okay, next slide. Oh, good morning. Okay. All right, without further ado, we're honored to have Commissioner Sean LaTourette with us this morning. He was appointed by Governor Murphy to become the NJDEP Commissioner in 2021. Commissioner LaTourette is responsible for formulating statewide environmental policy while directing programs that protect public health and ensure the quality of New Jersey's air, land, water, and natural and historic resources. We're very honored to have the Commissioner with us today. Thank
you. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for that, Mike, and thanks to Ron and to the entire team who organizes this conference.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining, and my sincere thanks to the entire team from DEP that is participating today, our assistant commissioners and directors and program implementers. The truth is that as commissioner, I get to tie the bows on the really incredible work that our team is doing to protect and improve New Jersey's air, land, water, and by extension, protect and improve the public health. Hope you'll forgive the dogs that are behind me and the slight raspiness in my voice. I have been at a conference all week and speaking a lot, so apologies for that. I sort of wanted to start my remarks this morning from a broad view to give you a sense of how I think about the important work that DEP is doing to improve and protect our resources and our communities, and acknowledge the incredible role that members of AWMA play in that important work. New Jersey is, probably as many of you know in this audience, one of few states that have a unified approach to the implementation of its environmental governance, right, by the executive branch. In other states, and certainly on the federal level, DEP's many functions are separated into multiple principal departments. And here in New Jersey, we promote more synergistic environmental policy by housing all of these functions of environmental governance under this single roof, which enables us to have greater reach and affect a more coordinated and decisive approach to resolving environmental concerns, right? From water resource management, for example, broadly overseeing the management of our state's water supplies, ensuring clean drinking water standards are met by the thousands of water systems throughout our state, monitoring the quality of our waterways and avoiding the discharges of too many pollutants into them, understanding that environmental and externalities are, of course, inevitable in the operation of our modern society, investing heavily in drinking water and wastewater and stormwater infrastructure. Right? Some of the priorities that we are pursuing in that space, as many know, being tip of the spear on identifying and regulating emerging contaminants, working hard to get New Jersey's historic combined sewer overflow problems under better control. We have multiple communities throughout the state, 20 plus particularly nested in the northeastern corner, that struggle in every rain event in order to better maintain water quality, making significant investments through our water bank to improve those conditions at the same time that we're trying to get both the lead and synthetic chemicals out of our water and away from our kids, quite frankly. Incredible amount of effort being undertaken in that program. And then, of course, as many know, and you'll hear from Assistant Commissioner Paul Baldoff today, our Air Quality, Energy, and Materials Sustainability Program, which has undergone some changes in the last couple of years, broadening the tent within that program to better collect our programmatic implementation and service to and of regulated entities. We through our AIMS program, monitor our air quality, avoid the emission of too many air pollutants, plan, measure, and incentivize reductions in climate pollutants. You'll hear from Peg Hanna today with respect to many of those programs, broadly managing our waste streams and ensuring the good maintenance of landfills and working to reduce and beneficially reuse waste through recycling and other programs. Another set of initiatives that you'll hear about today within our AIMS program are focused through the regulatory reforms of our New Jersey Protecting Against Climate Threats program, focusing on reductions in air emissions in through both mobile and stationary source regulation. Right? Working to bring our environmental justice law and regulatory environment to life, those rules, as many know, being formally promulgated this April to complement our oversight of new and existing air and solid waste facilities. Right? You'll hear from the team about how we're working to deploy investments from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, partnering with the BPU and EDA to get millions of dollars of assistance out on the street to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases and other climate pollutants, and how we're trying to leverage federal dollars to assist all utilities to address current and future infrastructure needs. And we're in this process of redefining our approach to solid waste management to an approach to sustainable waste management and exploring potential future actions to address community concerns and close regulatory loopholes. Okay, guys, man, these two. My apologies. My apologies to the audience. It's like having toddlers prancing around behind you that are hairy. Now, within our Division of Sustainable Waste Management, you'll hear more about that later today. We're working on an exemption rule for certain food recycling facilities. There's legislation that has been moving through our state legislature that we've been engaged in providing technical assistance to our partners in the legislature on issues of extended producer responsibility for end-of-life maintenance of product waste streams. There's legislation that has been is being discussed on EV battery recycling and the need to be attentive to those end-of-life concerns as well. And we are laying the foundation, the groundwork for addressing microplastics and working to develop an improved strategy around groundwater evaluation at inactive landfills. A number of important initiatives that you'll hear from the team later today, and I don't want to steal their thunder. And in addition, of course, to our AIMS program, our water program, we've got contaminated site remediation and redevelopment, CSRR, formerly SRP, which works to identify and remediate releases of hazardous substances from our old industrial facilities and current sources, broadly overseeing the cleanup of contaminated sites and supporting the redevelopment of fouled brownfields into new economic engines for our communities. And one of our proud moments in recent weeks has been the really incredible work of the CSRR team to launch the expansion of our Brownfield Development Area program. And I'd encourage the audience members here today to engage with their clients, especially if you serve municipalities, because through April, we have now opened our Brownfield Development Area program for new participants, right? We're asking municipalities to consider those areas of their communities that have been home to underutilized or blighted properties that are known or suspected to be contaminated, to identify areas that could be in need of the remediation, or I shouldn't even say remediation, investigation, because we may not know the exact extent of or presence or extent of known contaminants, but there may be suspected contamination to form for these communities to form a brownfield development area together with our team here at DEP so that we can identify a nucleus of opportunity in our communities to clean up and rehabilitate these underutilized areas. We haven't had an expansion of the BDA program in years, and it needs a new infusion of attention, and we've got the resources available to help our communities. You form a BDA, tell those with whom you work, form a BDA, and it is the key to unlocking more investment opportunity through grant opportunity from DEP and the Economic Development Authority. We want to help our communities to make those investments, and we're really excited about that program. And CSR has been doing incredible work under the leadership of David Hames and Gwen Service and so many others to take a hard look at our remediation process and to improve it. It has been now, over 10 years since the initial deadline of the implementation of SERA. We've got 10 years of the LSRP program behind us, and make no mistake, the LSRP program has been wildly successful, and my thanks to every LSRP who has worked hard to get sites cleaned up at a faster pace. But we have an opportunity to be self-reflective, right? To have this point of self-assessment and say, how can we perform this program better? How can we as DEP and those within the regulated community and all our LSRPs better implement this program and remove some administrative barriers, bulk up those oversight elements where we see the greatest concern, and help to more quickly facilitate the remediation process. And the team has been working really hard at that, and there'll be some exciting changes that we'll be in a position to share more broadly in the weeks and months ahead. But I truly cannot thank the team in CSRR enough for working so hard to improve upon the good work that we are doing. Right? We're working hard to investigate through CSRR's leadership and remediate sites with emerging contaminants at the same time that we're looking for every opportunity we can to utilize the auspices of our publicly funded program to get to those sites that do not have a responsible party, or unfortunately those may have responsible parties that have absconded, because unfortunately that still does happen. The whole point being to ensure the continued protection of human and ecological receptors to prepare sites for redevelopment and to help facilitate that greater investment in our communities. And so beyond our work in water resource management and in AIMS and CSRR, we have worked to better shape our watershed and land management program, something you may not hear as much of today, given the focus of your organization, but I want to note the fine leadership of Assistant Commissioner Katie Angarone in bringing together this new program, or realigned program, rather, for watershed and land management, working to ensure the conservation and restoration of protected land resources, our wetlands, our riparian areas, our habitats, to design and ensure accountability to standards for flood protection, which I think is something that this particular community should be attentive to as well, and I'll get into that in a moment. And importantly, the work of the folks in watershed and land management also involves the planning and construction of critical flood and climate resilience infrastructure, from projects along our shores through our coastal engineering elements, but also along our riverine communities, to protect our communities, to protect our businesses as well. And something that, in addition to our WLM program, something that you may not have as much, that this audience may not have as much engagement with, but should be attentive to, is the program that we have formed called Community Investment and Economic Revitalization, which seeks to strengthen DEP's investment in natural, historic, and cultural resources, right, including hundreds of millions of dollars in support for local parks development projects and historic preservation, natural resource restoration, while also providing on-the-ground assistance to our municipal partners through the Community Collaborative Initiative to address their environmental issues, bringing the opportunity for contaminated or former industrial site investigation and remediation, together with opportunities to build environmental infrastructure and promote community and economic development. A really exciting amount of work being led by Assistant Commissioner Elizabeth Dragon, who formerly was the Assistant Commissioner, as many of you know, of our Compliance and Enforcement Program. And elements of the DEP that are certainly unique to having under our umbrella here in New Jersey, that is not shared by most of my colleagues across the country, are the ways in which DEP also serves as our State Department of the Interior. Right? Our state DEP is home to our State Parks, Forests, and Historic Sites program, providing recreation outlets for millions of residents and tourists yearly. And at 51 state parks, 48 historic sites, broadly managing forestry resources, 1 million acres of land are under the stewardship of this DEP. And the importance of that natural resource management function of our agency should be lost on none of us, even given the distinctions of this particular audience and in your focus on air and waste management issues, because these natural resources, they protect the lives and property of people all across New Jersey, right? By working hard to manage those natural resources, right? Reducing wildfire risk and fighting wildfires of increasing ferocity, as we so recently saw in multiple parts of the state, and as this community is well familiar with, given the experience throughout the Northeast and northern parts of the country, given the impacts to air quality from Canadian wildfires earlier this year, or throughout the summer, rather. And then at the same time, we broadly manage our marine and terrestrial species by conserving and improving their habitats under our Fish and Wildlife program, policing their misuse. Something that an audience like this may not be attuned to every day is the serious risk of animal trafficking that our conservation police officers are out working to ameliorate every day, and certainly I thank them deeply for that work, stewarding 122 wildlife management areas, which provide not just opportunities for conservation and fishing and hunting, but recreation opportunities for our residents and for our visitors. The one thing that I wanted to note across all of this work, and how I view the work of the DEP, and how these programs that, again, in most other states, being separated into different silos. Here, I think it's so critical that we are cohesive in our approach to environmental governance, because it enables us to ground ourselves in the principles of natural resource economics. So just go with me for a second here, right? Because the truth is that we don't protect our environment just for the environment's sake alone, right? While that work that we do every day to protect our natural resources does and should make us feel good, right? We protect our environment for people's sake, right? Because our natural capital is always providing valuable services to the public that we serve, right? And that by extension you serve too, right? Because our air, our land, our water, our species, our habitats, they are all doing work that our fellow residents would otherwise have to pay for, or services and work they wouldn't receive at all if we weren't working thoughtfully to improve upon, to protect, and to conserve natural resources and invest in environmental improvements, right? For example, degrade the wetlands and the marshes, which filter our water for free, and our residents pay more to build and operate water treatment plants, right? Remove too much riparian vegetation, the trees whose roots literally hold together our riverbanks and help to control flooding, and our residents pay more to build a flood wall where that forest once was, that once protected their community from riverine flooding, right? The cross-cutting policy proposition that informs the priority of this DEP is that we should view the protection and improvement of public health, safety, and the environment as a sound investment, right? And inform and empower others to follow suit, right? And I think that perspective is what motivates our strategic areas of focus. And I think if I were to capture those strategic areas of focus in a concrete sort of single statement, I would call the work that we are undertaking here at DEP over the last several years, and that will continue well forward, well beyond me, is that we are engaged in a proactive policy shift. We're asking ourselves hard questions about how can yesteryear's environmental policy, statutory, and regulatory scheme meet the challenges of today and tomorrow? Because in many ways, our environmental, legal, and regulatory scheme is inherently backward-looking, right? Our environmental laws grew up in direct response to crises, right? The Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, growing up at a time when rivers were literally on fire, air routinely thick with pollution, festering pustules of contaminated sites all across our landscape, rampant development in flood-prone and otherwise vulnerable areas, right? In many ways, our fundamental environmental legal scheme is a scheme of disaster response statutes. And so our time here at DEP has been characterized by an endeavor to reorient our regulatory scheme in a more proactive and in a more future-focused direction. And that's no more apparent than in our work to reduce and respond to climate change and to further the promise of environmental justice, right? And so you'll hear more from Assistant Commissioner Baldoff and the team in Ames, from Director Rochelle Wormley, from PIC-HANA, about how we are working to do just that. You'll hear from Director Candice Perry of our Office of Environmental Justice as well. And so I am deeply proud that the DEP team is working so hard to advance that very endeavor, to help us look to the risks of today and to look forward to the risks of the future, and be able to position us to be more proactive, because that is what the public expects, and quite frankly, it is what everyone deserves. And so to all of you who are working hard across our regulated communities, to our friends in the consulting community, to those who are operators of facilities, I thank you for your partnership in that important work. because I think that there is an important reality about the future of our environmental journey, right? I think that together we're charting a new course for the future with a stronger and more just environment at its center. I think it's a future that demands that we protect and preserve our natural resources as we promote growth. A future where we refuse to make that tired and, quite frankly, old false choice between a healthy environment and a healthy economy. It's a future of partnership, like the partnership sown through organizations like this, where there is no one industrial villain who seeks to pollute and plunder. And quite frankly, there's no one single conservationist with a monopoly on virtue either. Because just like the water we drink and the air we breathe, we are all interconnected. Because we together can treat the environmental challenges of any one community as a challenge to our entire New Jersey community. So I thank you for joining us in that work, for your partnership, for sharing your time and your talents in the service of the environment that we share. Thank you.
All right, so if you haven't, we have a few extra minutes here, and Commissioner, thank you for those words, very inspiring, and and one of the great parts about this particular program is it brings all the different pieces of this that you had mentioned. It brings us all together because we all have a vested interest in making it work and coexisting and having this partnership that you mentioned. Okay. Someone put it in the chat, but I can move this over. I should be able to. Guess this is from the audience. And I don't know who asked this, but can you discuss what is being done to expand lead service line replacement programs in the state, or certain areas of the state being focused on first?
Yes, I can discuss that. So in 2021, July of approximately 2021, there was a new law passed and signed by the governor to facilitate, or to require rather, lead service line replacements within 10 years. And so every water system across the state, and there are more water systems than you might imagine, and every water system is required to identify and to remove their lead service lines within 10 years of that enactment. And so that starts with the work of inventorying the overall profile within every single water system of lead service lines, and it actually includes, for those in the water world, galvanized lines, not just lead lines, because of the use of lead, the use of certain lead components or lead solder in those galvanized piping. Now, the lead service line inventories are updated year over year, and so we've been receiving them, making them publicly accessible, and we've been tracking the water system's progress in getting the lead lines replaced. Now, they're supposed to be replacing 10% of what they find every year. Now, that doesn't mean that they've got 10% of the whole, because there are many unknowns, right? Sort of, kind of endemic to our profession, sort of the known unknowns, right? Now, in order to help facilitate those replacements, our water resource program, which runs the water bank in partnership with the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank, has developed what we call the Water Infrastructure Investment Plan, or WIP. And so if the audience member who asked this question wanted to learn more about how to access considerable funding, hundreds of millions of dollars, in order to remove lead service lines, as well as make other water infrastructure upgrades. You go over to dep.nj.gov/WIP, WIIP, and find access to those resources. You'd also find our technical assistance programs where we are working hand in hand with communities in order to make that, in order to accelerate that work. We launched a program with the Biden-Harris administration. I'm part of, I'm a founding member of the of President Biden's Get the Lead Out initiative, and through that, there are 10 communities that are getting assistance from the federal government in order to start that. To the point of the question here about are there states where we're focusing on first, and then there's also additional state assistance for other communities.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that. I have a question actually. In terms of collaboration with neighboring states, what sort of initiatives is DEP taking over, let's say, the next year or next, upcoming, seasons? And
It's a really great question, Mike. I appreciate that. So I'm deeply involved in the Environmental Council of the States, which is the organization of all state environment secretaries, commissioners, directors, whatever they may be called, in their respective states. I'm in the executive leadership of that organization, so we coordinate a lot across state lines around multiple issues. I'm the national chair for infrastructure, for example, and so we're doing a lot of coordination among the states in order to then influence how the Environmental Protection Agency at the headquarters level is forming a number of their grant programs so that we can ensure that those programs will best serve our states. Similarly, we have Candace Perry and I are part of a national group that engages directly with EPA headquarters and multiple states on issues of environmental justice. Similarly, working with EPA headquarters in order to help shape both the affirmative civil rights program of the federal EPA, as well as their environmental justice programming. On a more regional basis, there is a lot of coordination between New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, my colleague in Pennsylvania just had to step aside due to some illnesses, and so we'll have to work to build a new relationship with the successor secretary there. But a fine example of the coordination between the states is that one example I can give you is from our discovery of 1,4-dioxane within the Delaware River, and working with Pennsylvania and New Jersey and the DRBC in order to do track-down work to identify sources of 1,4-dioxane that were showing up near water intakes. So there's a lot of coordination there. And on the New York side, a lot of coordination between us and New York on multiple issues. One fine example that I can give you is on our resilience building initiatives, flood barriers, big projects like the harbor and tributaries studies. And we're always working together to evaluate our respective regulatory positions, understanding that to create an environment where we are we're not under a misimpression that somehow the state boundary is the boundary for pollution, right? We've got both New York and New Jersey working on their identification, standard setting for emerging contaminants, for example, trying to keep pace with one another. Similarly, on climate pollutants, New York and New Jersey always prodding one another on air quality regulation reform. And so you can expect that very much to continue.
okay, we have time for one more question. If the audience
I see one more here. There's a question about, has a permit been approved under the Administrative Order 25 process? And when do I expect the first to be approved under the full EJ law? So I think one of I think Candace Perry, when she is having her session later this afternoon, we'll be able to, Director Perry from our Environmental Justice Program, be able to address this in more detail. But we have had multiple administrative order hearings and projects move forward, and projects under those under that administrative order move forward. Right, there's been many projects that have moved forward, having gone through the AO process. And with respect to the EJ law, I think there may only be one or two EJ law subject matters presently before DEP going through the new EJ rule process. But certainly we can, as the year comes to a close, do a report out to this organization on those issues, and I can follow up with Candace about that. I see one more question from Mr. Whitehead. Hello, Chris. Have recent impediments in the offshore wind industry impacted our state climate goals? Absolutely not. And I think Chris is referring to the news from wind developer Ørsted that they are that they are ceasing for the time being anyway their development of Ocean Wind 1 and Ocean Wind 2 off the coast of Atlantic City. One thing that I'll say about that is that having spent a good amount of time in the infrastructure development world prior to being in DEP, that the story is never written on the back of one actor or one project. We continue to move forward in meeting the goals Governor Murphy has set for us to develop significant offshore wind facilities. There are multiple facilities going through the review and permitting processes besides that one, and there is a pending solicitation to award more ORECs, meaning the subsidies that the BPU provides to wind developers, I think by the end of the year, perhaps the next solicitation. So we're continuing to move forward. Bumps in the road, I would call them, but certainly not impediments.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. I mean, this is a very good overview, and I think it sets us up well for the rest of our conference and what everyone's going to talk about. So we really appreciate your time.
I thank you all. Thank you for the invitation. I look forward to being again with you all when you convene next year. And look at that. There's Paul Baldoff. Good morning, friend.
Morning, sir.
All right. Well, I will say farewell for now. A good weekend and a happy Thanksgiving to all who celebrate, and be well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I'm Joanne Held, and it's my pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, Assistant Commissioner Paul Baldoff. Paul serves as Assistant Commissioner for Air, Energy, and Materials Sustainability with oversight of 5 divisions: air quality and radiation, air enforcement, climate and clean energy, sustainable waste management, and waste and underground storage tank enforcement. You'll hear from each of his division directors later today. If you want to get a better picture of how this is all organized, you might look up the DEP reference on the organization chart, which is in the handout section today. It's updated as of November, so you'll have the latest information. Paul has served as Assistant Commissioner of the program, formerly known as Air Quality, Energy, and Sustainability, since 2016. A career DEP employee, Paul joined the department in 1987 as an engineer in the water quality program. He's held many positions, including Chief of the Bureau of Energy and Sustainability, which coordinates with the Board of Public Utilities on environmental aspects of the state's energy portfolio, and led the department's sustainability initiatives. So really happy to have him here today, and I'm turning it over to Paul. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Joanne. It's always, good morning, everyone. It's always challenging following the commissioner. As I'm watching his dogs wrestle behind him, having a good time, I look over at my 2 dogs and they're just passed out. So that's about how things work. When we hit the next slide, please. So I just wanted to give you a little, Joanne mentioned it, a little update on what air, energy, and material sustainability is and what we do. I think last time when we spoke last year, We had recently made some changes, and there's been a couple changes since then. So just so everybody's on board with what we do and don't do. So we have 5 divisions. The first division is Air Quality and Radiation Protection, headed up by Frank Stites. Frank had the Division of Air Quality previously, and the Mobile Source Group and the Air Monitoring Group were moved out of there, and brought in was our Radiation Protection element, which is our Bureau of Nuclear Engineering, Bureau of X-ray Compliance, and Bureau of Environmental Radiation. And we also moved in our Bureau of Release Prevention, which is our Discharge Prevention Program and our Toxic Catastrophe Prevention Act program. So that's Frank's shop. The Division of Climate Change Mitigation and Monitoring is run by Peg Hanna. Peg brought over her Mobile Source Group and the Air Monitoring Group, and now also has all of our climate change work and all of our sustainability work. So I'm sure everybody, Peg will speak later, but I'm sure everybody knows Peg for all the great Mobile Source work she's done, all the dollars they've been able to put out for EV infrastructure and electric vehicles. Now she also has all the greenhouse gas emission reduction work. So the 80 by 50 report, heavily involved with all the federal dollars out there for infrastructure and climate change. So Peg has a lot on her plate. And the reason for this change, it was really to get all the climate programs under one director. Certainly the other divisions do pieces here and there, and other parts outside of AIMS do pieces of climate change. We try to get as much as we could, everything under one director. The third division, Division of Sustainable Waste Management, that's headed up by Janine McGregor. I just want to point out there, my overview today is really from a regulatory standpoint. As Joanne said, all 5 of the directors are going to speak at some point today and go into more detail for you. Really focus on regulatory changes, what we've done, what we're planning to do. But with Janine's division, you're going to see that there's been a lot of, over the last so many years, a lot of legislative things done, a lot of legislative things being proposed. And what does that mean? Generally, it means a lot of regulations we have to do. That division has a lot on their plate in terms of when laws come out and regulations are required, it's a long process. So when you have multiple laws on your plate and regulations need to get out, it's challenging. While you're in the midst, you're enforcing this law, you don't have regulations yet, so it's challenging. And we'll go through all the things that Sustainable Waste Management is working on. The next division, Division of Air Enforcement, Rochelle Wormley is the director there. There's some changes coming in with this division, really just because of all the climate change work we've done on the mobile source side. You know, historically, this division's really been focused on stationary sources, although they have focused on diesel enforcement over the years. But now you're bringing in new rules like mobile cargo and things like that, where they're going to be focused more so, a bigger piece will be on mobile sources than ever before. So that's a new challenge for Rochelle's group. And now one of the dogs is waking up sneezing, so we're trying to compete. And the last one is Division of Waste and Underground Storage Tank Compliance and Enforcement. Mike Hastry's the director there. A couple things on Mike's plate to bring up. Probably one of the biggest one is the Dirty Dirt Law. That law has been in place for a while. He has been, or his group has been, enforcing the law, but we don't have regulations yet. We hope we're close to proposing regulations. We need to get them out there just to make sure that everybody understands what the law does and doesn't do, where A901 fits in and doesn't fit in. And instead of having guidance and things like that, FAQs out there, actually have regulations that are clear and concise. This is a little more challenging for us because it's not just a DEP regulation. It's the department, Division of Law, and Division of State Police all working together to put to get the regulation out there, and that's a little different challenge than we usually have. It's kind of rare you're there with multiple agencies trying to carve out what the regulation should be. And the last piece in Mike's shop I just wanted to mention was, you know, we have a lot of sustainable waste things out there, plastic bag bans, things like that are new to us. And quite honestly, our enforcement ability on a lot of those is next to nothing. I mean, we didn't have 20, 30 FTEs come in when these laws come out. What we have starting to stand up in Mike's shop, though, is a small group of people that are really going out there, not necessarily enforcement off the bat, but education and have people understand what you can and can't do. It's not just the plastic bag type issue, but it's also labeling requirements that's been on the books for years but never really enforced or checked on. So Mike's shop starting something up there, and we're hoping that catches on. We've had some good success early on with some of your bigger box type stores, and when you get those big stores going with you, then the mom and pops hopefully will come along. But that's something else in Mike's shop that's a little different. Next slide, please. So going through some rules. The next 3 rules will be ones that we adopted this year in 2023. The first one was that I call the EGU, Electric Generating Unit Rule, was adopted January 2023. And what it does, it places CO2 emission limits on electric generating units, both on new units and existing ones. And the existing ones, we tier in the emission limit so it gets reduced over time. So by 2035, the ones still in operation will be meeting the state-of-the-art, the lowest emission limits possible. This was a big challenge for us, as you probably can imagine. We're trying to juggle balancing when new renewables will be online. We don't want to shut these units down and not have them be replaced by fossil. We want to replace by renewables. As the commissioner said, the Ørsted decision does not take us off track, but it does show you that it's difficult to plan when those renewables are going to hit. It's a big difference if you're expecting X number of megawatts in 27, and it turns out it doesn't appear until 29 or 30. So we're balancing the new renewables. We, good or bad, are in a multi-state grid with PJM. We have no control over what is or isn't dispatched. And at the end of the day, if our units aren't running, they're being replaced by fossil from the grid, which 99.9% of times is dirtier generation than what we're producing today in New Jersey. And the other piece, which obviously is a big concern, is reliability. We can't be in a position that we're doing something and the lights don't come on because we shut units down. So there are carve-outs in the rule that allows, with PJM's advice, concurrence with Board of Public Utilities, units can run longer if it's necessary because a certain area or a certain part of the grid needs them to still be operational. We've even seen these couple cold spells we've had in the last 2 years. I mean, we've been close to, having, rotating blackouts because of power issues and grid issues. So and if you read the rule, we're very conscious about the constraints around there. Second part of the rule, another piece in the rule, was we banned the combustion of number 4 and number 6 fuel oil. Really not a huge issue there. It wasn't in use that much, but where it was in use, there's certainly easy substitutions that are much cleaner. And we did propose a boiler piece in this rule, and we did not adopt it. It was looking at electric boilers versus natural gas boilers. The reason we didn't adopt it was twofold. One was cost, but the main driver was emissions. Electric boilers are very inefficient compared to natural gas boilers, and if you combine that with, at least early on, the power for those electric boilers are coming from fossil generation, the overall energy picture was an increased emissions if we forced electric boilers at this time. I think we'll revisit boilers down the road, but it did not happen in this rulemaking. And last one, I'd like to mention, there's an opportunity with this rule, and we stakeholdered a little bit, to spur new clean generation, new renewables at these sites, whether it's combining batteries or solar or something different at these sites in combination with the fossil units that are there to overall reduce the emissions from that site, but still guarantee that we have the power we need, and also spur clean energy generation, where we can. And that's something, it's really going to be, I think, done in a site-by-site case. But we're looking forward to jumping into that and seeing what advantages we can do. Next slide, please. And the last one on the adoption side, this is our, next to last adoption side, sorry. This is our cargo handling rule, mobile cargo handling, and it focuses on ports and intermodal rail yards. I want to step back just to explain for those who don't know. New Jersey has two choices for mobile source regulation. Follow EPA rules or follow the stricter California rules. We are what's called a 177 state, so we are allowed to adopt California mobile source rules with the condition that of identicality, meaning that our rule has to be exactly what California has in place. We can't add or subtract anything. So keeping that in mind, every mobile source piece that you hear me talk about does exist in California and in other states. It varies on how many other states have chose to adopt these certain pieces, but other states have gone the same route. So what's a mobile cargo handling equipment? What's it do? It's focused on diesel engines at these sites, and you have to do a schedule in there to upgrade your diesel engines. Diesel engines range from a tier 0 to a tier 4, tier 4 being the cleanest. It's phased in, but at the end of the time period, everybody would have clean engines at their port or their rail yards, and it's significant. I was surprised by it, but we have tier 0 engines that were manufactured in the 1950s and 40s still running in New Jersey. Diesel engines don't die; you can fix them, and they keep running. And the difference between a tier 0 and a tier 4 in terms of emissions is just dramatic. So this is a huge win for anybody working or living around these areas. There's always discussion. Obviously, if you electrify this equipment, it satisfies the rule and you're good to go. But when a lot of people see this as diesel, why are we still talking about diesel? Why don't you just go to electric? At the end of the day, well, there's a couple reasons. One is, don't discount the emission savings going from a 0, 1, 2, or 3 to a 4 for diesel. It's just huge, and it's a huge benefit. But at the end of the day, on the electric side, there's not equipment available for every piece of equipment, for everything, an engine available for every piece of equipment at the port or rail yards. You don't have an electric option in many cases. Or if you did, maybe it's just so expensive it's not practical. So the rules in place, and we're looking forward to it. Rochelle's shop will be getting out there inspecting at some point when the rule kicks in for the deadlines, but we're looking forward to seeing the difference you're going to have at the ports and in the rail yards because of this. And the next slide, please. And this is the last adoption I'll talk about. This is what I call the NOx Omnibus rule. This is another California rule. This was May of this year that we adopted it. It focuses on model year 27 and later heavy-duty engines, so 8,500 pounds or greater, the vehicles. It obviously makes those emission standards stricter for those vehicles. The one piece here that's strictly New Jersey and not California related, we did add an inspection requirement for medium-duty vehicles in New Jersey. So historically, medium-duty vehicles have been exempt. Only light-duty and heavy-duty vehicles had to get inspected every 2 years. So this was a big change, and Rochelle's diesel enforcement team for years has done inspections in the medium-duty world and found a huge percentage of those vehicles being tampered with. Tamper with meaning that the emission control devices were either taken out of service or completely removed from the vehicle. The urge to have, black smoke coming out of your tailpipe, or the idea that you think you're going faster or louder were some of the reasons. This will require these vehicles to be inspected either at a state facility or private facility, and go a long way to make sure that the tampering we've seen over the years will cease to exist, or they'll have to fix it every 2 years if that's the case. The only thing about this to mention is we did change our rules. Motor Vehicle Commission has to change theirs. My understanding is they're in process of changing theirs. So soon we will have the requirement that the medium duty vehicles be inspected. And next slide, please. So this one's proposed, and if possible, anybody's been living under a rock or out of the country lately, we proposed the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule in August. And it got a tremendous amount of comment. The majority of the comment was negative, and I'll tell you what the top subjects were. What this rule does, and I'll mention a few things it doesn't do because there's a lot of misinformation out there. It requires manufacturers to deliver to New Jersey a certain percent of zero emission vehicles that increases by 2035, and by 2035, 100% of the vehicles sold in New Jersey would be zero emission. That does not mean that you couldn't go out and buy a used car that has an internal combustion engine. It means new cars would be zero emission vehicles. This rule, if adopted this year, would kick in the first requirement in 2027 that 47% of the vehicles sold, new vehicles sold, are zero emission, and that gradually goes up to 100% by 2035. For that to happen, this rule has to be in the register by December 18th and effective January 1st of 2024. So on the comment side, I'm not sure we saw anything we didn't hear before, but the negative focus was on the cost of electric vehicles, the availability of electric vehicles. Is the grid capable of providing that much extra electricity for these vehicles? What's the cost of the electricity going to be? Where are we with renewables? If we're increasing the demand for electricity, where are the renewables coming from to power to do this? Availability of chargers. I live in a multi-unit dwelling. I don't have access to a charger. What am I going to do? All very good questions. And we are currently going through writing our response to comments. We hope to keep track and get it done this year. And the other thing I want to say is that, we're not unaware of all these. They're all factual and good questions. We have to do a lot of work between now and 27 and 2035 to make sure chargers are available, the grid can handle it, the cost is reasonable, and everybody has access, both access to purchase and access to charge. And that's a lot of work ahead. One of the big things that we're looking at is leveraging all these federal dollars that the commissioner mentioned briefly in his opening to do that. We can't do it all, obviously, with Reggie money, but Reggie will help. But those federal dollars, the infrastructure dollars, we're very optimistic that that'll put a dent in a lot of work we have to do to get there. And next slide, please. We have a few other things going on, some rules, some not, but I thought it'd be good to mention. We have an appliance and equipment efficiency standards law that's in place. The law is very prescriptive. It names the appliance, the efficiency standard, the equipment efficiency standard, so it doesn't necessarily need rules to happen to enforce it. It has multiple different deadlines. Some have passed, some are coming up depending on the piece of appliance or equipment you have. We are not going to do rulemaking going forward, but we are going to put a guidance out there to make it clear all the different questions we've answered in the past, how we're viewing these deadlines, what your options are not. One of the big pieces here is manufacturers are doing their best to comply. A big difficulty has been the supply chain issues. So some have looked and asked for extensions because they just can't get there because of supply chain problems, and other reasons, but the supply chain's a big one. So we will have guidance out there to assist instead of just doing one-offs with everybody that comes in, but it'll be guidance and not rules. And the next one is we have a consumer products and architectural and industrial maintenance coatings rule is in the works. We stakeholdered this a while ago, and quite frankly, it would be out and adopted if other rules weren't a higher priority and pushed it back. Frank may talk about this when he speaks, but that rule's moving, and you should see something fairly soon. We have two other rulemakings that are started up, one in radiation protection, where they held stakeholder meetings quite recently, and the same with hazardous waste, where stakeholder meetings were last week or two. I'd only mention here with the rulemakings pending, we gain a lot of insight from the stakeholdering, whether it's things we hadn't thought of or nuances that we just misunderstood. So participation in all these rulemakings, stakeholdering is a huge help for us. And so please keep an eye out. We do our best to get the word out every time we're doing it. But please participate, give us your ideas. We are, depending on the scenario, if we're doing regs based on a law, we might not have much flexibility because you might have lost whatever your concerns were in the law and made your point and you didn't get the decision or the direction you wanted. But within the law that's out there, we'll use as much discretion as we can or flexibility as we can to be able to satisfy the concerns that are brought up in the stakeholder. And next slide. This is the last one I have, which is good because it'll give us a little time for questions. This is all around sustainable waste management. And as you can see, there's a lot going on. It's not, yes, everyone's sustainable waste management. You can see there's a lot going on. And Janine and maybe Mike will talk about some of these things as we go, but it ranges everywhere from food waste, single-use plastic bags, polystyrene foam, straws. It's interesting because from an enforcement standpoint, even a regulatory standpoint, we're doing things that we've never regulated instead of going and regulating a huge petroleum facility or refinery. You're going out and checking in a store to make sure that they're not having plastic bags available. So it's a much different use of staff, but it's different skill sets too. E-waste, we do have a proposal that's pretty well done. It's being reviewed for the last couple things right now, so we hope to see e-waste get out. I spoke about A901 and dirty dirt. That's a huge one. We want to get this right. We know we have a lot of stakeholders that are very concerned about this, especially who's going to end up in the A901 world that isn't in there today. While we appreciate all the stakeholders coming in, the law says what it says. So if the law says you're covered, we can't uncover you. Let's put it that way. And we know some people weren't happy with some of the decisions that came out, how the law was written, but it's there. We're doing our best to interpret it and put that regulation in place with Division of Law and Division of State Police. And the last two, recycling rules and recycled content. A lot of questions about recycled content. We're doing our best with all these as we're working on the rules to get guidance out there, something that's available so you don't have to come speak to us every time. You can see decisions or opinions we put up there with previous questions that were the same. And that's probably our biggest challenge around the time it takes us to get regulations out, because it's a very tough world for everybody. We're in between that law and having that regulation in place. But we're doing our best. Happy to answer any questions you have. That's all I have today. Any questions you have concerning regulatory, anything in Ames, and anything in DEP, I wing whatever you need.
It's great. Thank you, Paul. We covered a lot. I want to remind people that you can enter questions into the question box. That's the easiest thing. Then we don't have to be looking in two places to see your questions. One of the questions that is a perennial question is, will the slides be available? And the answer is yes. They will be available on our chapter website. If you are registrant for this program, you'll receive a message that says they're available and where to find them. So that's about the slides. And let's see, and questions are starting to come in. But while first question, I may have missed this, but when you talked about appliance and equipment efficiency standards, does that apply to just your standard residential appliances like refrigerators, and how would that differ from Energy Star?
Yes, it would apply to anything like that. It's consistent with Energy Star, so it wouldn't contradict it. And it's based on what can be sold here.
Oh, okay. So you limit what's sold here to those kinds.
Yeah.
Okay, then you go in the store and you don't have to think about it. Just buy it. Good.
Yes, if it's right, if it's available, if it's available to purchase, you're good to go.
Okay. Another question that we have received, and I'm trying to remember I can't see the whole question. Sorry. Here we go. Wait a minute.
I can read the question.
Thank you. Yeah, can you read that, Ron?
Yes.
If a resident wanted to find out, yeah.
Sure. If a resident wanted to find out exactly where our recycling goes, where can we find that out? And also, why don't businesses recycle, such as pharmacies?
That's interesting. So where it goes, I guess you're asking where it goes after it gets picked up at the curb?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I can see the whole question now, and thank you, Ron.
No problem.
Yeah, people are curious. They put it in their bin, and then what happens?
Yeah, and that's a valid concern, because obviously not everything that you're putting out in that can gets recycled, right? Unfortunately, we don't have 100% recycled, depending on what the material is. I think we can give, if you contact our sustainable waste group, I think based upon what town you're in and what county you're in, we can give you a better, clear idea of what percentages do get recycled and where they go.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you. And I think here's a question about PFAS, and what's the future hold for management of PFAS with the upcoming EPA rule for PFAS in drinking water systems? And systems will be implementing treatment and waste management would be an issue. Oh, so after treatment of PFAS, you're going to have to manage the treatment carbon and whatever we're using. So is that part of the thought process?
Oh, absolutely. It's certainly a life cycle issue. What we're doing right now is, and the commissioner might have spoke about it, but he's working very closely with other states, with ECOS, working on the PFAS concerns, and really trying to make sure that initially what EPA does is at least as stringent as what we've done in New Jersey so far. But it's definitely an entire life cycle piece, so we're not forgetting that part. Certainly the tail end of it, as far as disposal of however you're treating it, is a huge concern.
Great, thank you. And a follow-up to the recycling question I had is a question about businesses and commercial operations. Are they required to recycle? It looks like they just throw everything in the trash.
That's a good question. I thought that they are required to recycle, but let me check that. We can have Janine speak to it this afternoon.
Great, thank you. And let's see. Oops.
I see one on the ZEB question.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Do you want to? There's a question about.
Question when ZEB and appliance requirements are phased in, will there be enough green energy production to result in a net decrease in air emissions, or will it result in increase in air pollution? With the vehicles, I mean, quite honestly, that's really my only concern is emissions. And that's always been our concern, that we're going to put all this electricity demand out there and still run everything off of fossil. If you look at the modeling that we've done for the Energy Master Plan that we've crafted with the 80 by 50 report, it shows we're going to get there. And that by the time you hit 2035, you're going to have enough renewable energy that the emissions are going to be significantly less in the transportation sector. But like I said previously, any delays in getting the renewables into the grid pushes that back. But it's definitely a big concern. I wouldn't be shocked at the end of the day that you have to push back an initiative by a certain year or two because we aren't where we need to be with renewable energy.
Great. I have one final question for you, and which is you're doing a lot of rule writing, and I know that people get frustrated with the pace of rule writing. Have you found ways to make it more efficient, or ways to at least convey to people why it takes so long to write a rule?
We haven't been successful in conveying why it takes so much time. I wonder why it takes so much time. What's interesting, though, is every once in a while, like ACC2 is a good example. I believe that the governor said in February or March that we were going to do this, right? And if this comes out, if it's adopted in December, and we adopted all in the same calendar year, that's like light speed compared to before. And it might set a new standard going forward, but it's frustrating, there's no question. But it's usually our 18-month period. If we could get that down to 12 months, that'd be Herculean, but it'd be great.
So, thank you. I've never seen 18 months either. My rules take 3 years. I'm going to turn it back over to Mike. Thank you so much, Paul.
John, there's one more question, I think.
Oh, well, we'll get to that later.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All right, take care, everyone. Thanks.
thank you, Paul. Go ahead, Mike.
All right. Do we have a assistant? Oh, yep. All right. So next up is Assistant Commissioner David Hames. Assistant Commissioner Hames was appointed his role for the Assistant Commissioner of Contaminated Site Remediation and Redevelopment in 2022. Throughout his career, the Assistant Commissioner has been actively involved in writing regulations, guidance, and legislation that form the framework for site remediation in New Jersey. He has also been active in developing strategies and policies related to contaminants of emerging concern, including PFAS. Welcome, Assistant Commissioner. Take it away.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I promise you, it all worked great during the dry run last week. It didn't want to cooperate this morning. My name is David Hames. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Contaminated Site Remediation and Redevelopment here at the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, and I'm glad to be here this morning. Next slide, please. Okay. So the mission of the Contaminated Site and Redevelopment Group is to reduce the number of contaminated sites in New Jersey and to ensure the protection of public health and safety and the environment, and to ready these sites for redevelopment. Contaminated site remediation redevelopment priorities. We're out here to protect receptors, whether it is somebody's drinking water, somebody's vapor. Continue to increase the efficiency of the licensed site remediation professional program. Commissioner LaTourette spoke to that briefly this morning, and I have some additional slides on that later. Complete additional publicly funded remediations when somebody's responsible to do the remediation doesn't step up to do the job, or they just don't have the funds and are unable to do it themselves. The department will step in, use public monies, and get those remediations completed. Investigating and remediating sites with emerging contaminants such as PFAS, which is a popular subject today. And again, preparing those sites for redevelopment, returning them to the tax rolls, removing them from blight, old abandoned properties, and getting something new and good looking out there on those properties. And then in general, just ensuring the program's continued financial health. Next slide, please. Just quickly looking at some metrics. These are focused primarily on the bulk of the numbers here are based on the licensed site remediation program. Again, as you can see, we've gotten our total active cases back down under 14,000. We're actually, as of the end of October, we're down at around 13,300 cases. There was that upswing we're looking at. It was primarily due to COVID. There was a lot of slowdown on remediations getting completed. The number of new cases coming in also has gone down over the last few years on average, and the total number of cases that are closed it's held steady at around 4,000. It's increased over the last few years. The bulk of those cases are actually homeowner heating oil cases, UHOTs. But again, the UHOTs, we're always pleased to see that's a good number of cases moving through. A lot of times the only way for a home to be sold is for that UHOT remediation to be completed. So we do like to see those moving forward as well. We are thinking that the total number of cases closed is going to increase over the next 3 to 4 years, as there's some remediation timeframes coming due for the licensed site remediation professional program side. Next slide, please. Response action outcomes. This is response action outcomes are issued by licensed site remediation professionals. This came out of the Site Remediation Reform Act back in 2009. They are the absolute equivalent of a no further action letter issued by the department, or no further action determination issued by the department. And again, we look at the number of RAOs being issued as an indicator of how well cases are moving through on the LSRP side of things. Again, we're looking at that number starting to climb. We had that dip in 2020, 2021, and even into 2022. Again, as an issue, we're looking at that as an issue due to COVID, and we're hoping that starting this year and into next year, those numbers start climbing. As I said, in May of 2024, we have a major deadline coming up for remedial action that need to be completed. We're expecting some extensions to be offered for those, but overall, we're looking at the number of RAOs issued should definitely climb next year. We did hit a milestone earlier in 2023 of having our 20,000th RAO issued by an LSRP. We did not give them any kind of certificate or award. We didn't actually catch which one was the 20,000th one that went through. But again, LSRPs are doing a phenomenal job in getting sites remediated in the state and bringing those sites back to where they can be redeveloped. Next slide, please. Remedial action permits, and I'm going to speak more to this in a little bit, but they're kind of an endpoint for the remediation process. You can remediate your property down to or below the applicable site remediation standards that are out there. If you do that, you have an unrestricted final remediation document, either an RAO or a no further action letter. If you leave any contamination behind, then you require a D notice for soil. That's an institutional control or classification exception area for groundwater. And then depending, you may need an engineering control, but regardless, if you have that institutional control, you then also need a remedial action permit. The LSRP cannot issue the response action outcome until the permit is in place. And the permit is going to be there to ensure long-term monitoring and maintenance of whatever institutional and engineering controls are out there. And we get biennial updates to ensure that that remedial action remains protective of public health and safety in the environment. So looking at these numbers, you can see that it takes us a while to get these permits issued, up to 9 months to a year. There are some that take even longer than that. And so that's been a primary focus of this program over the last several months, is trying to figure out a mechanism for trying to process these permits more quickly. Before I move on, so for 2023, so far this year, we have issued almost 400 groundwater permits and over 350 soil permits. So we are getting the permits out the door. It's just taking us longer than we would like to. So what are we going to do about this? Next slide, please. We have multiple stakeholder groups going on right now. We have the Remedial Action Permit Stakeholder Group, and we have the Effective Collaborative Communication Committee, the ECCC. The RAP Stakeholder Group has developed and updated guidance and forms that they were working on for several years. Those have been issued. The group worked on soil and groundwater guidance documents, and those can be found in the CSRR Guidance Library, which is available off the main contaminated site remediation webpage. And currently they are working on updating the groundwater monitoring plan spreadsheet, and they're going to make that more user-friendly and useful for issuing the groundwater permits. And again, that's, as the name implies, that's the long-term groundwater monitoring program that's needed for, say, monitored natural attenuation remedial action. And hopefully that spreadsheet will actually be posted sometime in the next week or two. I think I gave the final okay on it yesterday, and they just need to get the I's dotted to get it put together for the webpage. The Effective Collaborative Communication Committee, or the ECCC, that was established to discuss how LSRPs can provide site remediation with the information that we need to issue a permit more expeditiously. They developed a frequently asked questions set that's posted to the webpage that address the common errors and solutions found in the remedial action reports that accompany the remedial action permit applications. And then they've also created flowcharts that help describe the process that we go through here at the department when we're reviewing remedial action reports as well as the remedial action permit applications. That group was made up again of, both groups were made up of stakeholders. It was staff from my program, LSRPs, and responsible parties. So when we went through that whole process, we were hoping that that would help us to knock down the number of permits in the backlog, permit applications in the backlog. It wasn't as successful as we were hoping, so we decided we needed to do some more. And if you can move to the next slide. At the beginning of this year, in February and June, and then again earlier this month, November, we've had several stakeholder meetings for what we've termed the Remediation Process Improvement Initiative. This is looking at the LSRP program broadly, but it has also been kind of focused on how we can better expedite getting permits approved and issued and out the door so these remediations can come to their conclusion. Again, it's made up, it's a collaborative effort of staff from the department, LSRPs, regulated community, and other interested stakeholders. And it's building on the success of the LSRP program. We know where things are working well, and we're trying to see the spots where things aren't working quite as well and trying to get them to work better. We all recognize that there are aspects of the program that can and should be improved. Next slide, please. So as part of this effort, we formed 3 stakeholder subgroups or subcommittees. One committee is a process for discussing comments and deficiency letters and technical disagreements, how we can raise those issues up in the chain of command and try and move them through and, again, reach some resolution on moving the remediation forward. Developing guidance and training for LSRPs on documentation that's sent to the department, common mistakes we're seeing. We've had the LSRP program now for close to 14 years. And we have a pretty good body of evidence of where things are working and where things need to improve. And that applies to the department as well. And then lastly, evaluating site remediation's current processes and criteria for conducting additional reviews. Next slide, please. Yeah, so a process for discussing comments and deficiency letters. We are reestablishing what we refer to as a technical review panel to help resolve technical disputes between DEP and LSRPs. This will be made up of department staff. There'll be subject matter experts, whether it's at the staff level or at the manager level. And again, there's, if there are disagreements, we'll listen to both sides of that discussion and hopefully be able to come, like I said, come to a resolution to help move those move those remediations forward. Was that all for that one? Yes. Next slide, please. So developing guidance and training, we're working on 2 upcoming training sessions. I'll be honest, I do not know when those training sessions will actually occur. Hopefully sometime early next year, late winter, early spring, something like that. Where this training is focusing is tracking what we call the areas of concern and the presentation of data. We get a report on day 1 that says there are 10 areas of concern. When we get that final report in, we want to make sure that all 10 of those areas of concern where there's potentially contamination may be found, that they've all been addressed, they've all been remediated appropriately, and again, that site can now move on through the process. Additionally, with presentation of data, we receive maps with that aren't labeled sometimes. We don't know which area of concern it is. The data tables that are accompanying the map are incomplete or inconclusive. And again, it's just some of this is kind of basic, and we've strayed a little bit, and we're all trying to just get everybody back on the same page and the right page, and getting these reports to where they can move through more quickly. The more we get in correct up front, the less we have to look at, and the fewer questions we have to ask. And again, the more quickly remediations can continue in the state. The second training that we're looking at is, again, on that focus of remedial action permit applications, remedial action reports, and receptor evaluations. We want to make sure, I'll work those backwards. On the receptor evaluation, we want to make sure that all potential receptors have been addressed as needed, whether it's somebody living in a home with a vapor issue or somebody looking at a monitoring well, or I'm sorry, not a monitoring well, a potable well at their home, that the water coming into the house is safe to drink and everything like that. Part of the remedial action permit application often is looking at the remedial action report. That is the final report saying that they're finished and they're done, and that people want to be able to close out their case. We want to make sure all the information that's needed is found in that report. And then again, the last part is the remedial action permit application, and that's making sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. We have the correct people listed as permittees. We have good contact information as needed, and we know that all the information we need in terms of what contaminants are still present at the site are being evaluated. One other part that's going to be covered on that also is groundwater classification exception areas, and those are they're a temporary suspension of the intended use of the groundwater aquifer, and it primarily applies to 2A potable aquifers in the state. And again, we want to, the classification exception area has to be established by the department and be in place, and then the remedial action permit can be issued. So again, we want to make sure we have good information coming in terms of the CEA, and we can move that remedial action permit through. Next slide, please. The last work group that we have is the current processes and criteria for conducting additional reviews. And again, the ECCC kind of looked at this in terms of the remedial action permits and a little bit for the remedial action reports. And this is looking more broadly. We have a second bureau, the Bureau of Inspection and Review. They look at all the other documents that come in, and a fair number of the remedial action reports, I should say. And again, we're looking at developing flowcharts similar to what was done with the ECCC, and just making sure that people on the outside, the stakeholders, the people submitting these reports, they understand the process that we go through when we inspect and review these the reports that come in. What we inspect and what we review is not stagnant. It's a dynamic process. We're constantly reevaluating. We may see that process X is occurring out there, and some people are struggling to get it done right. So we'll make sure that those are documents that go through that process. We'll review those and get back to those LSRPs and the person responsible conducting remediation. If they're having issues with it, we'll try to educate them and get them up to speed. And again, once we see that people are doing that type of process correctly and the information coming in is what we need, we won't necessarily be doing those reviews anymore. Again, it doesn't change daily, but again, that bureau is constantly reevaluating where they will dive into a report and look more closely at it. Next slide, please. Another issue I'd like to cover is Brownfield Development Area Program, the relaunch Commissioner mentioned. Again, this is a fantastic program that we've been running in the state for well over, I'm going to say probably 20 years now. I could be wrong. And basically, this is where we work with municipalities, we work with developers. There are larger areas of undeveloped brownfields or blighted properties. And what we're looking at is people coming in, the town coming in, again, with a developer. They have a plan. Here are the properties we're going to remediate. Here's what we're going to do with those properties after we remediate them. And we will have a point of contact here at the department within our Office of Brownfield and Remediation. And they will work hand in hand with the developer. They will work hand in hand with the municipality. They will look at those reports that come in, and we do what we can to help get these properties cleaned up, remediated, and put back into get them developed, put them back into beneficial use. Everybody benefits. The environment benefits. If they're in a neighborhood, the neighbors benefit. The municipality benefits. So that was relaunched earlier this month. There's the website down at the bottom of the page. You can find the applications there. The application process will be open through the end of April in 2024. And again, if you're an LSRP listening in, or if you're a municipality listening in, please go to this website and please contact us if you have any questions. We're really excited about doing this and getting this program up and running again. Next slide, please. So regulatory update, we're in the process working on two regulatory proposals right now. One of them is we're looking at amendments to the remediation standards, 7:26D, where we are going to formally propose and adopt interim, well, I shouldn't have the word interim there, formally propose and adopt soil leachate standards for PFAS, and soil leachate for methanol. Again, PFAS is the contaminant du jour right now. We're looking at it specifically for PFNA, PFOA, PFOS, and GenX. As part of that effort, we're also looking at promulgating a formal groundwater quality standard for GenX, and that's in a separate rule in the groundwater quality standards. The groundwater quality standards by default are adopted as remediation standards. We're hoping to get that publication of the rule proposal in an early 2024 New Jersey Register. Next slide, please. The second rulemaking effort we're undertaking is what we refer to as SARA 2.0, and these will be amendments to the administrative requirements for the remediation of contaminated sites, 26C, and the technical requirements for site remediation, 26E. And again, these changes were mandated when SARA was updated in 2018, 2019. I've lost count. And again, we're hoping to get that also in an early 2024 rule proposal and into the New Jersey Register, And I believe that is my last slide. So if anybody has any questions.
Okay, we do have one in the questions box. And this is from Joseph Ferrenti. Apologize if I mispronounce your name. Are legacy landfills eligible for BDA involvement?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I would have to check with that group down there to make sure. We do remediate landfills, but you are going to clean them up pursuant to our rules and regulations. If it's already capped, you may need to go through the solid waste regulations and the landfill regulations in terms of disruption. But if you're going to do this as a BDA, you would have to look at it as a site remediation issue and follow the technical requirements and the administrative requirements. But I will follow up with staff and have somebody get in touch with you on a definite answer for that.
Okay. All right. Another one came in from Marissa Dreher. will guidance be developed specifically for TICs and groundwater? The available docs are dated and it's case by case.
I just realized I don't have my email address on here. I would say send me an email for that, and I'll get it down to the folks who are working on those documents. We have a large volume of guidance documents out there, and I would need to talk to the folks to see where updating the various data quality guidance documents is in that list. And again, if there's enough people asking for it to be done, we can move that up in the queue and address that issue sooner.
Okay. Another question came in from Jerry Pagano. As part of the updates, will LSRPs be given the authority to issue RAPs in lieu of the NJDEP?
That is not currently one of the issues that we're looking at. No, we're going to keep that authority with the department for now.
All right. I think that's it on questions. We'll just wait one more minute or two since we're back on schedule. If anybody has anything else for the assistant commissioner.
Is there a way to drop my email in the chat? Oh, okay. Ron will take care of that when he comes back on.
All right. I think we're going once, going twice. All right. I think we're okay. Well, Assistant Commissioner, thank you very much for working through all this.
No problem. Thank you to Ron for letting me crash in his office now. And thank you everybody for listening in. And as Commissioner said earlier, again, for those of you celebrating, have a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday period and a wonderful rest of the year. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you, Mike. We're moving on now to our next speaker. And before, we just skipped the announcement. See if there's anything important that says the links to the slides will be sent to you. There's a survey form I want to emphasize in the handouts. And if you could fill out the survey, it'd be great to have feedback on this conference and any future programs you'd like to see us provide. And if you're not an AWMA member, please consider becoming one. We're a membership-driven organization, and we really need members to make all these things happen. So, okay, thank you. On to the next slide. So I'm happy to be introducing Frank Stites. He's the director of the Division of Air and Radiation, which is part of that long list of programs that are under Paul Baldoff. He manages environmental professionals whose responsibilities include monitoring New Jersey's air quality, review and permitting of stationary and mobile sources, and evaluation and planning to implement measures to meet federal and state clean air requirements. Frank also serves in leadership positions on national and regional organizations comprised of state and local air quality agencies, including the National Association of Clean Air Agencies, the Ozone Transport Commission, the Mid-Atlantic Regional Air Management Association, and Northeast States for Coordinated Air Use Management. And Frank has been with the department for many, many years in lots of roles related to the air quality program. And now he's got radiation under him too. So welcome. Sounds like you have a lot going on, Frank, and we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say today.
Thanks, Joanne. It's great to see you and everybody else at AWMA again. I'll be going through the slides pretty quickly, so there's more time for questions, but why don't we get started? First, next slide. So this next slide is a repeat of what Paul Baldoff shared, lining up the 5 divisions that are in air quality, in air, energy, material sustainability. You'll be hearing from all the other directors. So next slide. By way of breakdown, and Paul alluded to this earlier, I have 2 elements under me. I have the air quality regulation planning and discharge prevention elements. So that's under Ken Ratzman and his 3 bureau chiefs, Danny Wong, Sharon Davis, and Paul Komazinski. I also have the radiation protection element under Assistant Director Pat Mulligan, who has Jenny Goodman for the Environmental Radiation Bureau, Ann Path in charge of the Bureau of Nuclear Engineering, and X-ray compliance under Art Robinson. Next slide. You will be hearing later, obviously, from Peg Hanna. Just so you know, real quick, these are the 2 elements that she has under her. As Paul mentioned, she has mobile socials and air monitoring that used to be under the Division of Air Quality, and then the 2 bureaus for climate, clean energy, and sustainability. Next slide, please. And we also have Rochelle Wormley will be on with Mike Hastry briefly, but just so you know, she now has a 4th bureau, as Paul mentioned, that is now focused on diesel enforcement and emission measurement under Larry C. For those of you who've worked in enforcement for a while, you're very familiar with Larry. Next slide. All right, I just want to jump right into talking about the ozone season that has just ended here in New Jersey. We had quite a few exceedance days this year, relatively speaking, second only to Connecticut on the East Coast. We had 4 days, those are the blue dots, that were in the northern non-attainment area, 4 days that had exceedances in the northern area. We had 4 days that the southern red dots exceeded, so that's only in the north or only in the south. And then we had 9 days for a total of 17 where we exceeded the ozone standard. Ozone is the only pollutant under the National Ambient Air Quality Standards that New Jersey is currently in non-attainment. And a lot of that non-attainment can be attributed to some of the wildfire smoke, the unprecedented impacts we had from the Canadian wildfires this year. And it potentially enhanced some of those ozone concentrations. That said, we still are doing extremely well in ozone, relatively speaking. Next slide, please. I'm happy to say that Warren County, as I mentioned before, the only pollutant that we are in non-attainment with is ozone. We have redesignated the Warren County SO2 to attainment. We requested this 2 years ago from EPA, and this was based on emissions that were attributable to coal-fired power plants in Pennsylvania, just over the Delaware River. The Warren County area is now in attainment. We attributed the attainment to the implementation of lower sulfur oils, as well as the shutdown of the 2 major sources in Pennsylvania that were impacting New Jersey and Warren County specifically, Knowlton Township. And EPA finalized that in the Federal Register on October 7th. So we again are now in attainment for SO2. Next slide, please. One other regulatory element, we have switched the air permit applicability. Previously, this had been done at the Division of Air Enforcement's regional offices, but now Danny Wong's bureau, the Bureau of Stationary Sources, assumed that responsibility for making all air permit applicability determinations. In my experience, we were one of the few that used the enforcement division to do those applicability determinations. Water, waste, most of those determinations were made in the permitting shop, and we made the change to centralize this decision making, ensuring consistency, and making sure those decisions and determinations are memorialized in the air permits themselves. So that's a pretty recent switch over, but it's if you have questions on permit applicability now, rather than the regional enforcement office, I ask you to reach out to the Bureau of Stationary Sources under Chief Danny Wong. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to spend a couple of slides talking about the environmental justice rule. Now, this in no way should be construed as a comprehensive review. I did a presentation this summer down at the National Air and Waste Management Association conference down in Orlando. Chris Whitehead was down there with me. A couple other folks who are on the call have seen the presentation. This is just going to be a quick run through of the steps that we see for the environmental justice rules. Step 1 is the environmental justice rule applicability determination, and I'll talk about that. The second step is the drafting and preparation of an environmental justice impact statement and the public participation process. And the third element in that is the departmental decision. Just to clarify, just one quick thing. Permit applicability, Bureau of Stationary Sources. EJ rule applicability determination is actually the Office of Permitting and Project Navigation under Director Dave Pepe. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of a wordy slide, a bit of an eye test. You can use the scroll in if you need to see it all. But in an EJ rule applicability determination, the first thing, and has already been calculated on our website, is locating or determining whether the census block group in which the facility is located is considered an overburdened community as defined by the statute, which means are at least 35% of the households low income, are 40% of the residents identified as minority or members of a state-recognized tribal community, or are 40% of the households with limited English proficiency. And those are all or, so it can be any of those three. Now, the facilities that could be subject to this are, in fact, major sources of air pollution. So if you have a power plant or cogeneration facility that has a Title V permit, any incinerator or resource recovery facility, a sewage treatment plant that processes more than 50 million gallons per day of wastewater, transfer stations or other solid waste facilities, a recycling facility that receives at least 100 tons of recyclable material per day, scrap metal facilities, landfills, and any medical waste center except those that are associated or attendant to a hospital or a university. The third element is, are those facilities located in those overburdened communities requesting a permit, a solid waste and recycling, land use, water supply or water pollution, and or air pollution. So the rule applies to those individual permits, but excludes authorizations and approvals necessary to perform remediation, and this is important, minor modifications to Title V air permits that do not increase emissions. That's an important clarification. So if it's a minor mod that increases emissions, it still must go through the environmental justice process. This applies to any new facility, expansion of an existing facility, or the renewal, lucky us, of the Title V air permit. And if you're looking to get some clarification regarding the applicability, I'd point you to the rule language listed there. Now, if the EJ rules are applicable during that period in which the EJ process under the rule is going about, all permitting clocks are stopped until that EJ process, the EJ decision, is done. So that's important to know that for those permitting rules or those permitting elements that have timing on their permits, those clocks are suspended until the EJ process is completed. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of the environmental justice impact statement and public participation, the EJIS, so the environmental justice impact statement, it assesses the potential environmental and public health stressors associated with the facility requesting the permit. Any environmental or public health stressors that are already borne by that overburdened community, and any adverse environmental or public health stressors that can't be avoided if the permit is granted, and any measures proposed to avoid or minimize the facility contributions to those stressors in the overburdened community. So the supplemental information that might be included in your environmental justice impact statement is required where the community already has adverse public cumulative stressors as defined by the rule, or where the facility's actions will create adverse cumulative stressors. So if a community is overburdened, all of the EJIS and supplemental information is completed, or if the proposed action would create a cumulative adverse stressor total. Now, once that EJIS is prepared, there has to be, as the rule defines, meaningful public participation. The applicant, not the department, conducts a public hearing in the community to present their EJIS. And notice to the public can take multiple forms. Newspaper, personal notification of any property owners within 200 feet, signs to the facility, online, and additional community-specific methods. If you have any questions about that, I suggest you speak with Dave Pepe in the Office of Permit and Project Navigation, OPPN. And it's a 60-day public comment period, after which the applicant must respond to all those public comments in writing. That's step 2. Next slide. Step 3, department makes a decision. Now, when the department receives the environmental justice impact statement and any of the supplemental information prepared for the public comment period, the testimony, written comments, and very importantly, I can't stress this enough, the applicant's response to comments, and will determine whether the facility has the ability to avoid a disproportionate impact. If the facility can avoid that disproportionate impact to the overburdened community, the department would impose permit conditions necessary to ensure that this disproportionate impact remains avoided. If the facility cannot avoid that disproportionate impact to the overburdened community, 2 possibilities. If it is a new facility, the department is authorized to deny an application unless the facility is able to demonstrate that the project will serve a compelling public interest in the overburdened community. I'll say that again. The compelling public interest has to be in the overburdened community itself. Now, for expanded facilities or renewals at major facilities, major air permitting facilities, the department can authorize the applicant to proceed with it, provided certain conditions are addressed or implemented to avoid those impacts to environmental and public health stressors. So permit conditions to minimize those impacts. Next slide, please. Now, you may ask, what are those permit conditions that the department may impose? At permit renewal, we're looking at avoiding impacts where the avoidance isn't feasible, or avoid impacts, and where you can avoid the impacts, minimize the facility's contributions to stressors in the overburdened community. For new and expanded facilities, beyond avoidance and minimization, which is what we're looking at renewal, we would consider additional feasible conditions that reduce offsite odors or provide a net environmental benefit that improves those baseline environmental and public health stressors in the overburdened community. Additionally, during our review of all of the materials submitted, there will be a localized impact control technology. Think of it as a racked technology review for existing sources, a case-by-case rack. And its objective, looking at major source components based on our air program standards to try to address those legacy sites that may have not updated technology or their control technologies or processes to reduce emissions over time. We are looking on technological feasibility here rather than economic feasibility to drive those pollution reductions through the control technology or process modification. So again, think of it as a case-by-case rack, looking at available technologies that can reduce emissions that have not been implemented at the facility. All right, I'm going to switch gears here off of environmental justice. Next slide, please. Oh, just one more thing. Here's all of the supporting materials. In a copy of the presentation, I'm going to assume these are all live links, but if you have any questions, the department's environmental justice webpage is quite extensive. And I'll just tell you, we could spend probably about 5 hours just talking about environmental justice, and I'm sure we will over the next few months and years. But these are all the supporting materials. Next slide, please. Switching gears to fumigation operations. Last year, we were probably in the throes of our public comments. We had responded to them. But what did we change with fumigation? Why did we change permitting for fumigation operations? Well, to keep in mind that these are extremely toxic substances, and when we did preliminary evaluation of the existing sources, they showed significant public health impact. Now, we proposed these rules over 2 years ago and adopted them in February, and the rule changed the applicability from the 50 pounds of raw material that everyone's familiar with to a emission rate standard of 0.1 pounds per hour of any fumigant because of the toxicity. Keep in mind the rule does allow for emergency fumigations. That's not a repeated thing, that's a one-off once every 5 years or so. And we're looking primarily at those fumigants, methyl bromide, sulfurofluoride, and phosphine. Those are the probably 99.9% of the fumigants we're seeing. Now, next slide. What are we doing to try to, next slide, please. Thank you. What are we looking for? So keep in mind that this follows the normal permitting process, operating permits. If you're emitting more than 10 tons per year of a fumigant, since they're HAPs, you're required to get an operating permit. If you're less than 10 tons, you have a minor source pre-construction permit. And we have, in conjunction with our partners in the fumigation industry, have been looking at general permits. We have two. One has been completed for indoor cocoa bean fumigation using sulfurofluoride. And the second one is working on containers that fumigate using methylbromide, sulfurofluoride, or phosphine. And that's in development. And when I get into the general permits next, I will talk about updating where we are with those two. Next slide, please. So what have we done recently with our general permits? Next slide. So I mentioned before our indoor fumigation operations of cocoa beans. Again, if a permit is required for cocoa bean fumigation because they emit more than 0.1 pounds per hour, we require, or you can register for, a cocoa bean general permit fumigation operation. It's only for cocoa bean fumigation, fumigating as a commodity using sulfurofluoride, only for indoor operations, and the commodity has to be covered inside an enclosed building. And we went out for public comment this past September and were able to turn around the registration for availability on November 6th. And I credit that to both sides, both of the teams, all the folks on the industry side, every consultant, all the fumigation operators, and the department met over 6 months under Ken Ratzman's leadership. And as a result, our public comments were almost nil when it came to it. So we were able to turn around that registration and make it available about 2 weeks ago, not even 2 weeks ago. Next slide, please. We were also, similarly, we have also enhanced our research and development operation general permit. We originally pulled back on this a couple years ago because we had changed the reporting threshold for various hazardous air pollutants and air toxics. And we were not sure that the limitations and structure in the existing permit, GP20, was sufficient. Now, this general permit can be used for any spray surface coating operation, and it can also be used for any operation in which the combined weight of any raw material, excluding air, water, obviously, all of that information can be used and stay below the limits in this general permit. Again, this was another collaborative general permit that we worked on with our industry, and we went through public comment and were able to finalize and make available for registration on October 16th. Next slide. So what are we working on right now? As we say, what's under construction for our general permits? Next slide. We're currently working on an outdoor container for trailers fumigation operations. So this is for any air permit or any operation using a trailer that has more than 0.1 pounds per hour of any fumigant. It allows for 3 different fumigants, or would allow for 3 different fumigants: sulfurofluoride, phosphine, and methylbromide. And again, the process constraints and limitations, as well as usage limitations, are being designed so that they can pass risk. Right now, our stakeholders are working with our risk assessment modeling, and once we have sufficiently low risk, we will be prepared to go draft on our general permit with conditions. Next slide. GPs 17 and 18. For those who are familiar, this is for our boilers from, I think it's from 1 to 5 and from 5 to 10 boilers. And again, we're looking to revise the registration, allowing the applicant to add information on the burner itself and the boilerplate, as well as minor clarifications and edits to the document. Some requirements will have to be revised in accordance with changes in rule language. And again, the calculations on this are in process with the General Permitting Work Group, which is a collaborative group between industry and the department. Next slide, please. And the last of the general permits that we're working on is the general permit for site remediation. Right now, this is a general permit that allows permitting of operations for air emissions at site remediations for gas stations, and we're looking to potentially go beyond just gas station and gasoline contamination. we are looking at possibly allowing the remediation of some subsurface contamination, not just by gasoline, but other petroleum hydrocarbons, and hazardous effluents, and not just at retail gas stations. So we're looking at expanding that right now. We're in the very preliminary stages of stakeholdering, so stay tuned as we go through that process. Next slide, please. Next, I want to update you on our state-of-the-art manuals. By way of quick review, state-of-the-art is the manuals and the methodologies used to demonstrate compliance with the New Jersey Air Pollution Control Act's requirement for sources exceeding 10,000 pounds of an air contaminant to demonstrate advances in the art of air pollution control. Now, I'm happy to say that we recently finalized two state-of-the-art manuals over the past year. The first, which is a big one, for the first time, we now have a municipal solid waste landfill state-of-the-art manual. Prior to that, all state-of-the-art analyses at landfills had to be done by case by case. So at this point, we are hopefully saving both time and money for facilities to comply with the state-of-the-art requirements under the Air Pollution Control Act. We recently, August, went out to comment in the New Jersey Register for changes to the combustion turbines. Again, this was done through a collaborative process with industry stakeholders as well as departmental representatives. The comment period closed on September 20th, and I'm happy to tell you that next Monday, that state-of-the-art manual will be available and announced in the New Jersey Register, and a copy will be posted on the state-of-the-art manual webpage, as are all the final state-of-the-art manuals. So look for that next week, next Monday. What are we working on our state-of-the-art manuals also? Well, we're also looking at the internal combustion engines. And again, we completed our stakeholder processing with our external stakeholders in August. And we will most likely be going out, if it hasn't gone out already, I think it is, that's another public comment period that will open on Monday for public comment. Our boilers and process heaters similarly completed its public comment, or excuse me, its work group review of our draft outline. And our process should be completing sometime this month, with hopefully an opportunity for public comment in December. Although with all of the holidays coming, that may slip till January, but we are looking for that. So up next, we're going to be looking at graphic arts and surface coating technical manuals, state-of-the-art technical manuals. So those are in process. Next slide, please. Here are some of the helpline numbers for anyone who is interested in contacting the permitting folks. But if you have any other questions, I can take them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. And we have a couple of questions, and others I'm sure will be coming in. The first one goes back early on when you're talking about environmental justice. This is from Julie Bethke. She was wondering what you mean by the permitting clock. You had mentioned that permitting clock is not running. Does it mean nothing happens, or is there still some work but clocks aren't working?
For all intents and purposes, the permitting reviews are suspended, so we will not be doing any of the technical reviews in general while the environmental justice process is ongoing. And the thought process there is that until we have an environmental justice decision, we don't want to prejudice any reviews we have in process. So with the permitting clocks, I can speak for land use a little bit, where there's, a permit becomes effective 90 days after the permit is deemed complete. In air quality, we have permitting clocks relative to modifications, whether it be 90 days or 1 year. Those clocks are suspended for our review. So we will not be reviewing these applications for technical completeness until after the environmental justice process is completed.
Good. Thank you. And we have a question from Gary Knapp, and I think this is also related to environmental justice. And there's a acronym I don't know how you'll have to help me with.
Yep.
Have any applicants proposed any analysis to date to satisfy the EJ-LICT requirements?
Right. The Low Income Control Technology Requirement. It's a horrible acronym, LICT. I'm not wild about it. We have received one application in. Again, it is going through the preliminary review process leading up to environmental justice impact statement. So keep in mind That analysis will be part of the departmental decision at the conclusion of the processing. So I do know we have one application up in North Jersey. It's undergoing review by the Office of Permitting and Project Navigation. Once we get through the public promise, then we'll be working on that LICT, low income control technology analysis. So.
Okay. And people have mentioned the bureau, the bureau that with the long name that's not part of your operation that reviews some of these EJ things. Can you tell where is that in the whole scheme?
Sure. Yeah, the Office of Permitting and Project Navigation is under the Deputy Commissioner at the time, and it is their director is Dave Pepe. They are the point person in terms of coordinating on projects, and when environmental justice projects come in, Dave is the contact, and I can try to get you his contact information. But it's
So
also
yeah.
Go ahead, John.
So they don't just do EJ coordination; they coordinate for other across
Correct.
program kind of things. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And here's a question from Nicole Wilson about GPs. Are there any plans for revisions or new GPs for emergency generators?
You know, I was really hoping I could go through one day without getting asked an emergency generator question. You know, candidly, I don't see us working on that right now. Obviously, if there are rule changes that predicate us updating that general permit, but I don't believe we'll be updating that general permit in this year, but I've been proven wrong many, many times in my career. So I don't anticipate it at this point.
Okay, it's not on the radar right now.
It is not, no.
So while we wait, and just a moment here to see if any more questions come in, I just want to congratulate the department. I'm approaching my 18th anniversary of retirement, and you are getting to some of the projects that I started working on when I was there. So thank you for doing that. And I know.
I was going to say, I worked with you for many, many years, and I just realized as we're talking here that I probably have known you more time outside the department than inside the department. So it's kind of makes me feel a little bit experienced. How about that?
There you go. Yeah. Government is just by its nature slow sometimes, so we just have to sometimes accept it. I don't see, I don't see any other questions. So we're really grateful to you for coming today and providing you this overview of a lot of things that are going on in the air and radiation side of the department. And I'm going to turn it back over to Mike. Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Joanne. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Oh, Director Wormley's here, so I think we'll just and Director Hastry's here as well. All right, do you guys? So you guys are ready? We can start early, maybe get a longer lunch. All righty. So I will introduce Director Wormley and Director Hastry, and then we'll give them the floor. Director Rochelle Wormley is the Director of Air Enforcement with NJDEP. As a Director of Air Enforcement, her staff ensures compliance with state and federal Clean Air Act regulations. The Division of Air Enforcement also includes the Mission Measurement Section, which is responsible for overseeing quality assurance of stack testing program, and 3 regional offices that conduct inspections and issue enforcement actions to stationary sources, and the Diesel Enforcement Program. Director Mike Hastry is the Director of Waste and Underground Storage Tank Compliance and Enforcement. He oversees NJDEP Enforcement Program for solid waste, RECRA, hazardous waste, regulated medical waste, recycling, public waste, utilities, hazardous materials transport, and underground storage tanks. thank you both for joining us this morning, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? So since I'll be sharing time with Mike Hastry, my colleague Mike Hastry, I'm going to kind of go through some of the air enforcement things, initiatives that we're working on right now. Next slide, please. Okay, first of all, there's been a lot of attrition. We've been very fortunate under this administration. As folks have been retiring, we have been able to replace one-for-one with staff. So we have quite a few inspectors now. During the COVID period, you probably heard me say last year I was a bit nervous during 2020 when I realized 40% of my staff were eligible to retire. Now with attrition, it's kind of flipped. Only about 15% of my folks are eligible to retire now, so that's really good. We have a lot of new staff. Their willingness to learn, they're excited, they're enthusiastic. Next slide, please. I want to share with you how my division has changed. Formerly, I only had 3 bureaus, Northern, Central, and Southern. As Paul mentioned earlier, we're really focusing on the transportation sector now. So the transportation folks used to just consist of 2 people, but there's a lot going on with transportation, with the cargo handling rule, diesel, the diesel tampering, and idling, where it was becoming, my bandwidth was very limited, where I could not give it the attention that it needed. So with that said, we created a new bureau. A lot of you are probably familiar with my executive assistant of many years, Larry C. He is now the bureau chief of the Bureau of Diesel Enforcement and Emission Measurements. We basically took 2 straight programs and put them under the management of Larry. And Larry has hit the ground running. He was appointed back in May. We're looking to develop some technology that'll further enhance our inspections for diesel. For the cargo handling, that's a huge universe. We need to find a way to keep track of the serial numbers of the sources that we're inspecting, the tampering, and emission measurement is still separate. Just for your information, if you still need to schedule stack tests, you still work with Mike Klein. It's just Larry is just doing an overarching management of the 2 programs together. Next slide, please. How do I know what's going on or what we're looking at? I pretty much have said this over numerous times. If you want to know what we're looking at or where we're finding non-compliance, I strongly encourage you to subscribe to the compliance advisories. It's just not the air program. It's all of the enforcement programs, Mike's program, underground storage tanks, solid waste, water. It's all the programs in the department so you know what's going on. And here's the link. Next slide, please. Just quickly, some of the compliance advisories that we've issued, the AIR program has issued this year is the Phase 1 Vapor Recovery Rule amendments, just frequently asked questions. We were receiving a lot of questions about the Phase 1 Vapor Recovery Rule. So basically, we're just sharing that there has been a new FAQ. The link is provided for the regulated community to view. Next slide, please. Testing and maintenance. This has been around a long time for the emergency generators, but we found that there's still a lot of confusion of when should I see if I can actually do testing and maintenance. The forecasts can be found. The link is provided here. When you get the PowerPoint, they're active links. Basically, after 4 p.m. On the day before is when you should be looking to see if you can actually test the next day. Next advisory, please. Cargo handling equipment. Paul mentioned this rule. We're actually, the compliance date is actually March 1st of 2025, but this is a new rule for everyone. So we're actually in compliance mode right now. We're offering a lot of compliance assistance. We've purchased the SNAP equipment for the opacity requirements. And we just issued this advisory to give everyone a heads up about 18 months in advance. As part of some of our efforts with this source category, we are looking to provide compliance assistance we're looking for a facility where we can go out and provide some compliance assistance and kind of explain what the rules require in advance. And also we're looking to use some of our new technology and tools. It's basically a mutual learning process that we're looking to do here. So here's this, we published this compliance advisory just recently, and we're hitting the ground running right now. Next slide, please. Okay, sharing with you the EPA's National Enforcement Compliance Initiatives, that all the programs, EPA issued this memo in August of this year. It's basically at the national level what EPA is looking to enforce. And I'm providing all 6 categories here: mitigating climate change, which is new; reducing air toxics in overburdened communities, which is modified; and some of the other 4 categories or initiatives that are also included in the initiative that's not necessarily related to the air program, but protecting communities from, excuse the spelling typo here, coal ash contamination, addressing exposure to PFAS, increasing compliance with drinking water, and chemical accident risk reduction. Basically, this is what we're focusing on with our work plan over the next few years. Again, this is for fiscal years 2024, 2027. So the federal fiscal year has started for 2024. One thing that I'm highlighting here that a lot of the states were very upset about in our comments to EPA was that they removed the stopping aftermarket defeat devices for vehicles and engines, also known for New Jersey as tampering. New Jersey has a very robust tampering program. In many venues, we've received accolades about leading the nation as far as our efforts. A lot of states look at us and they basically have contacted us about our rules, trying to mimic our rules. But how EPA has helped us as far as tampering is concerned is by them addressing the defeat devices at the manufacturer and distribution. It helps us because our rules do not cover that. Our rules simply cover the sale, offer for sale, leasing a vehicle that's been tampered with. So despite the comments from many of the states about EPA removing this particular initiative, it was removed. But keep in mind that has no bearing on what New Jersey's doing because we still have the regulations on the book from the Administrative Code 727, 14, and 15. So our efforts will continue. As a matter of fact, just to let you know how committed we are for our efforts continuing, formerly in the past couple of years, I've only had 2 people in diesel enforcement program. I'm now up to, including Larry, about 4 people. So our priority and dedication towards this area is still on our plate. Next slide, please. Every 4 years, well, we've negotiated a work plan with EPA. We're required to negotiate a work plan with EPA. It's called our Compliance Monitoring Strategy, or the CMS plan. The standard CMS plan requires that major facilities be inspected once every 2 years. SM80, synthetic minor 80s, those facilities that have 80% of the major threshold must be inspected once every 5 years. And EPA does not address the minors and unknowns, and they do not address mobile sources. Through our discussions with EPA, we've got them to agree to us doing major facility inspections once every 4 years. And some people may be up in arms like, why once every 4 years? Well, we found that when we do physical inspections at major facilities, that our physical presence, we do not find as many violations at a major facility. We probably find about, I don't know, we get the bulk of our violations from major facilities through the self-reporting that Frank's folks put in the Title V permits. So we probably get about 25% of our violations on site at major facilities. However, when you go to the minors and unknowns, 95% of the time we find violations. This is a universe that EPA does not require inspections at. And we found some over the years, we found some source categories that were big happy emitters, like the laboratories. So we think it's important that in our work plan, that we put an emphasis on minors and unknowns, and also the mobile sources. We've convinced EPA, we were able to come up with some calculations showing EPA the net emission reductions that are gained from our tampering investigations. So they have agreed to allow us to inspect majors once every 4 years. And when I say that, if you're a major facility that is recalcitrant, you're going to be inspected more than once every 4 years. The frequency is going to be increased. But we have a whole host of major facilities that there's a lot of continuous monitoring requirements that we can determine compliance where we do not necessarily have to go to once every 2 years. We also told EPA that we would use their EJ screening tool to also target facilities as well. Just to let you know what we've been doing with mobile sources, I believe last year I was kind of sharing some of our accomplishments. Again, I take pride in the fact that Tim Davis and Jeff Kennedy, the Bureau of Mobile Sources, have done a wonderful job of putting DEP's mobile source program on the map with our efforts. We basically have, with private sellers, we've been going after private sellers of vehicles through social media, offering to sell tampered vehicles. Since 2021, we've issued about 419 violations to private sellers, to dealers, 59. EP has made one referral to us. We found a violation there. And performance shops. You would not believe performance shops where you're supposed to be getting mufflers installed or control devices installed have actually done quite the opposite. We were able to tell by receipts and records that the jobs that they were supposed to be doing were actually fraudulent and was actually removing a catalyst. So the diesel program is very active. I'm anticipating us to be becoming more active with this cargo handling. It's going to be a stretch of resources, but we're going to do what we can. Next slide, please. Tyrone, I think this is out of order, but that's okay. Just so you know, with our 5 bureaus, this is our contact information. We do have email boxes for each of the bureaus. The Northern, Central, Southern, we have BTS, and if you have a question regarding idling or tampering, there's the email addresses. Tyrone, next slide, please. My apologies, out of order. Okay, a presentation would not be a presentation from me unless I talk about supplemental environmental projects. Mike will probably have something to say about that, but anyway, if you're interested in supplemental environmental projects, here's the website, the link where you can see some of the great supplemental environmental projects we've done historically. There's Phoenix Park down in Camden. There's a solar paneling of a community center in Camden. There's a solar paneling of a Red Bank School in West Deptford. I think we provided about $270,000 for that school to solar panel through the old Sunoco refinery. We've done some turtle farms. We've done some plantings. We've done some trees. But I also am looking to do other things outside of some of the standard things. But if you look at this website, you can see some of the supplemental environmental projects that all of the enforcement programs have implemented through some of our settlements, through violations. One new tool that I've used is an environmental mitigation fund. Climate change mitigating climate change is a huge priority. Unfortunately, unlike Frank gets to write the rules. I'm the recipient of the rules. I enforce the rules. I try to do something above and beyond that. And how we're assisting with climate change is trying to, we assist Peg Hanna's group with providing monies to put some EV charging infrastructure on the streets. Through some of our past settlements collectively, from some of the settlements, we've been able to assist with about $1.2 million to put EV chargers on the street. If there's a violation, a facility has a violation, and they want to contribute to the environmental mitigation fund, one stipulation that I put in there is that the EV charger must be within that town. If it's not in that town, then it must be in that community, not in that community, in that county, excuse me. There's supposed to be a nexus with violations. So if it's a mission violation, again, I'm looking for some type of nexus. And I obviously don't want EV infrastructure to be built in Union County when a violation occurred in Cape May. So we try to keep it either in the town or in the county for which the violation occurred. Thinking out of the box, I don't know if anybody has seen the EPA settlement with Suncor. Until recently, EPA was not doing supplemental environmental projects. I've had some joint federal consent decrees with EPA, and they would not buy into the supplemental environmental projects that we incorporated into the consent decree. They called it a state-only supplemental environmental project, but now they're doing SEPs again. If you have the time, look at this particular SEP in this settlement. I like this particular SEP, and I'm open to anyone that's interested in doing it. If anybody has any violations on the book that's emission related. This SEP allowed the replaced gasoline, diesel powered lawn and garden equipment with electric equipment. I'm sharing this one because when we think about SEPs, folks mostly think about $100,000, $50,000. This particular SEP idea can be done with as little as $10,000 if a facility is willing to work with the administrator of a township. The township collect the gas-powered machinery, and in return, electric machinery is provided. So we have not done one yet. If anybody's interested in doing a SEP like this, and you have violations on the book, I'd be interested in working with you to see if we can get something like this incorporated into one of my settlement agreements. Next slide. That is all I have for today. I think I'm leaving Mike plenty of time. So Mike, so you will not irk anybody by delaying them from lunch.
How is everybody? You know, one of the two worst times to present is either before lunch or after, or at the end of the day. And, you know, putting out the carrot that we could possibly have an early lunch makes it even a little more difficult, but I'll try to be as merciful as possible here. Next slide, please. Just want to talk a few updates on our hazardous waste rulemaking. I think Paul Baldorf this morning had mentioned that. Some updates on soil and fill and the A901 and dirty dirt, all the pieces that go along with that. Some of our sustainability activities that we've been doing. And just a quick reminder for everybody about this enhanced vapor recovery for fuel dispensing tanks, which actually Rochelle had kind of included in her example of some of the compliance advisories that she's doing. Next slide, please. So on the hazardous waste side, we're doing a rule. We actually just recently had a stakeholder meeting, which was in October. And by and large, this rule, a number of the items on the rule are what I would consider like cleanup. Yeah, we have to make sure we're in sync with EPA. We're going to update our fees. We haven't updated our fees in a while, and for some odd reason, cost of living keeps going up. And so, yeah, we're going to end up bumping up our fees a little bit. You know, making sure that we have cross-reference with EJ requirements on that. Making sure that our penalty structures are all good. So they're kind of, you know, normal cleanup stuff that you do almost in every rulemaking. The two areas, though, that are a little more exciting for us are integrating the climate change scenario into the RCRA hazardous waste permitting process, and also considering solar panels to be a universal waste and a Class D recyclable. And by the way, if you have any questions or you have any comments you want to make on the rule, on what we propose to do, we have on the web page the stakeholder meeting that we had, all the slides that we presented. They're all available in our thing. But if you have any questions, you want to contact Sonia Silcock. She's my operations assistant. She's also the rule manager, and I have her information up there. Next slide, please. So particularly the climate change, what we're looking to do, and this is an offshoot of Governor Murphy's requirement that all the agencies put climate considerations, climate resiliency, kind of throw it into the regulatory mix where we're able to. The commissioner followed up with that with an administrative order requiring us to incorporate all this into, as we do our rulemaking, to incorporate climate considerations into the regulatory mix. So we are naturally following suit with this. So basically, when we're talking about hazardous waste facilities, we're talking about operating TSDs, treatment, storage, and disposal facilities. But we also are talking about facilities that are considered RCRA facilities, hazardous waste facilities, that are undergoing remediation. They're in some degree of closure, but also they may be in post-closure. So there may be, what we still considered a RCRA unit. There is an impoundment there that's been there for the last 20 years. There's some engineering controls on it. There's a cap, there's whatever, these controls on it. That unit itself is actually still considered a RCRA unit, and it has a permit in some form or another. So when we're talking about putting this climate consideration, we're talking about both of those types of facilities. And we did this fairly recently with another rulemaking that was done that was called the Underground Cavern Rule, and we put in a requirement that as you submit your information, whether it's a renewal or it's for a new TSD, which does not happen every day, let me assure you, and mostly they're for renewal or modification or something that goes along those lines. But you would have to include this climate analysis, and you're really looking at, taking into consideration some, flood hazard issues, storm events, extreme weather events, and the whole idea is that, both we and the facility itself is cognizant of these considerations. And the analysis, I can tell you right now, it's not, a super complex analysis. It's not going to overly be a very costly analysis in all reality. You can use a lot of the information that's already been developed, whether it's through Rutgers or what DEP has, where we look at sea level rise projections and flood areas. But it's more designed to, for a facility to say, right now, gee, my drum storage pad is in this area, but it's probably not the best area. So maybe I'll move it or I'll elevate it. I'll do something. That's the whole point behind it. It's a lot of common sense. It also somewhat tracks actually with some of what the insurance companies kind of require these facilities to do now. To be a little smarter about where they store stuff, how they store stuff, and how they go about their operations. And there's a federal corollary to this where EPA has already put out a memorandum, particularly for corrective actions, which would include these units that are going through closure or post closure. And I found out yesterday, we had a meeting with them yesterday, that they're also going to be putting out another one for operating TSDs. Next slide, please. So the other more exciting issue with this is solar panels. And New Jersey had a commission, the New Jersey Solar Panel Recycling Commission, that was established 2-3 years ago. And they came up with some recommendations. They researched the area, came up with some recommendations. The two primary recommendations that they came up with was, one, including solar panels as a universal waste, and also fostering the development of recycling centers to handle solar panels. Incidentally, just for everybody's edification, EPA is working on potentially making solar panels a national universal waste. The reality, when you talk about slow rules, while rules can be very slow in New Jersey at the federal level, but particularly for EPA, some of these rules take a lot more time. So the reality is, I think we'll be ahead of the curve, and whatever we come up with, I have no doubt EPA will be kind of looking at how we do this to make sure that everything's copacetic. So just for universal waste allows handlers of these materials to deal with it. And the difficulty with solar panels is that some of them are going to be considered a hazardous waste, some are not. So the the whole premise of regulating something as a universal waste is that it allows, because these materials are, you know, ubiquitous to a certain extent, and because there are some controls on it, we're able to handle them not necessarily with the full RCRA regulatory umbrella. So the universal waste allows, still there's without a doubt adequate protections, but from a regulatory perspective, it's not as onerous as dealing with the hazardous waste where materials have to be manifested and the whole 9 yards. So that's the rationale for making these a universal waste. It makes it easier to deal with also. The second part of that is that in order to process these materials, the panels would ultimately have to be classified as a recyclable material. And we have different classes. We have class A's, B's, C's, and D's. Materials that are hazardous waste like are considered class D materials. So along with making this a universal waste, from that perspective, we'll also be determining these materials to be a class D recyclable material, which then will allow facilities to process the materials. And we have class D recycling centers. We have a number of them already that some of these other ones, the class Ds, they might handle used oil, they might handle other materials, the shellacs, those types of materials. So, and oil-based finishes, those types of materials. So this would kind of fit in right that. And some of them actually handle electronic components, e-waste. So this would fit in right along with that. Next slide, please. Switching gears a little bit to soil and fill. Some of the things we back in 2020, there was the legislature passed a rule which entailed that anybody engaged in the soil and fill recycling business would also have to go through the licensure process, what we call the A901 process. That was originally just relegated to entities who are engaged in the hazardous waste business and the solid waste business. So now it's open to anybody who's recycling soil or fill material. And the reality is, the rule, whether or not this material is contaminated or not, doesn't matter. So for someone who is, and with the exception of virgin quarry materials, so if you're dealing with quarry materials, you don't have to go through the licensure process. But if you're dealing with other material, other soils, there's a development going on. I take some of my soils and I'm going to move it to some other location. I am now regulated. So it's a very comprehensive regulatory umbrella. And we're working on the rule making for this. We still anticipate we'd like to have a proposal that's going to be somewhere around either the end of December or January that we'll be able to put out to everybody. There's a corollary piece to that also. And we've developed, even though we don't have strict operating rules, the statutory rule itself is in play. So we are enforcing this. And we're doing some of this through policy currently, but we have developed somewhat of an off-ramp for folks who are exclusively dealing with clean material. In that, instead of having to go through the full licensure process, we allow to apply for a certification where you're certifying basically that I only deal with non-contaminated materials, or materials contaminated at appropriate standards, because by and large everything has some degree of contamination in it. But so I'm dealing with materials that are below residential contamination considerations. And if you do that, you do the certification, you actually don't have to go through the licensing process. So that's a good thing. It gives some relief to the industry. but it also puts puts the onus on the industry folks too to make sure that they are only dealing with clean materials and that they have some kind of QA QC program in line to justify some of the decision making that they do. So an ancillary piece to that is that we will also be making this recyclable soil a Class B material. So it will allow existing facilities. We have a number of recycling centers that deal with soils. Some of them exclusively deal with contaminated soils. But we have other facilities who deal with soils. And because soils were never really regulated, at this point, we're going to make the soils that they deal with a Class B material. It gives some relief to the facilities now because the facilities won't have to go through the 901 process. Also, for folks who exclusively handle or transport materials to the Class B facilities, they won't have to go through the licensing process either. So we're doing that. The last piece with soil and fill is that we developed a comprehensive soil and fill guidance document, which the link is up there. And the reality, it looks at soil and fill from not just the waste perspective, but it also looks at it from the remediation perspective and the dredge perspective. And it provides information there and it also includes some specific materials, information on specific, if you have asphalt millings, you want to reuse asphalt millings, or you have steel slag, you want to reuse slag. It has particular information on that also. So it's the first time we kind of put this type of document together and we tried to go, DEP wide as opposed to program wide. Next slide, please. Paul had mentioned this also on the sustainability side of the house. We have a number of new rules. We have a number of old rules, but we have a number of new rules that came out. The bag ban, polystyrene, recycled content, food waste recycling. A lot of these rules, and a lot of these rules are actually where they come into play is at the retail or the distribution sector. And in order to determine whether or not these rules are working, whether or not they make sense, whether or not we need to change them, fix them a little bit, and simply just to get the word out, you need some kind of field presence. And that's something that we were not able to accommodate over the last number of years. So we put a little team together, and no great secret here, but most of this team are retired. Some of our retired inspectors, which makes it a little easier. They know, they know what to do. They know how the system works. They know how to deal with people effectively. But it's kind of critical to get that presence out there, so we can see if these rules are actually working, they're not working, and how we can change them. A lot of education time that we spend. And again, Paul had mentioned, we try to, when you deal with bigger type stores, big box stores, franchise type stores, we try to go to the top. It's a lot easier to deal with that. You can get some assurances that they're doing this throughout all of their facilities, not just the particular one that we're dealing with. And thus far we've had pretty good success, I have to say. So we're kind of excited about that. I wish there was more resources available to do this. And that's oftentimes with a lot of rules that come into play. The thought process is that the department is just going to weave these additional requirements that we have to do into our existing structure, and that ship sailed long ago, where it's extremely difficult to do that because none of us really have any kind of extra bandwidth to do that. And while you try to be a little smart and say, well, we're doing this, maybe we can combine it with that and save us a little time. The reality is it gets to the point where you need some resources to do this. So we're happy that for the first time in ever, we've been able to devote actually some FTE and get them out in the field to look at this. Next slide, please. The last I have, and this is it's just a reminder for everybody, while this rule, the deadline for this rule is not till December of 24. I have no doubt that when that rule comes, people will still say, well, I didn't know anything about it, and now I can't find the contractors to do the work, and I can't get the equipment. So we try to stump as much as we can to get the word out for this particular thing. And what this is that if you dispense fuel, you need equipment that has a better ability to capture the bottles. So these are what they call CARB. They're California Air Resource Board certified. They're all CARB certified, and they're better. The first phase of this, which was phase 2, dealt with really the nozzles that you have at dispensing facilities, and these can be gas stations. They could also be facilities that actually have their own dispensing systems, and a lot of them do. And that it still applies to them also. So the first phase was dealing with the nozzles themselves. The second phase is more related to the tank and the lines that go from the tanks to the line. So for this we're talking about spill buckets. We're talking about your pressure relief valves. We're talking about those items that are more germane to the tank, which is for phase 1 as opposed to phase 2. Regardless, though, if anytime I have the opportunity to talk to a large audience, we put the word out as best we can. May not apply to a lot of you, but if it does apply to you, please be cognizant of the time frame. And I believe that's it for me. So we got an extra 14 minutes.
We do have some questions, though, so not
Okay.
quite done, but we're almost there. All right. I think the first question might be for the both of you, actually, because I think there's an air component to this question as well with the rack standard. So I'll ask it for the both of you. Are there additional requirements for UST owners, operators to upgrade their vapor monitoring systems to a California standard? So that last slide kind of alluded to it, but I'll let you both speak on that.
So the quick answer is yes. And it was 2 phases, phase 2, phase 1. Phase 2, actually, I think the deadline was December 20. We're now in phase 1, again, which will require this additional equipment. And some of this equipment actually, like spill buckets, they're in the ground. So there's a little more activity involved in that. A lot of if your spill buckets are in concrete, which most of them are, you have to break up the concrete. You have to put in these new spill buckets. So there's a little bit more involved in that. But yes, come December of 2024, the assumption is that all of the components for phase 1, again, these are more tank and line related components, will have been upgraded to the CARB standards.
All right. Next question. Will the Class D recycling facilities recover the precious metals from the solar panels?
I don't know if that would be a requirement, from a permitting perspective, but yeah, if they have the opportunity, absolutely. I mean, that's, from an economic perspective, that's what happens all the time. So yeah, they'd be somewhat foolish if they did not do that.
Okay. And then the last question I see on here. How did A901 go from a law to keep the mafia out of the waste business in New Jersey to pertaining to LSRPs managing hazardous waste on remediation sites?
Well, the 901 rule wasn't just to keep organized crime out of the business. Another part of that was that anybody who's in the business actually has the requisite reliability, competency, and expertise to be in the business. So it wasn't simply that, you know, you're organized crime and you have to be out. Yeah, the concept is that if you're going to do these types of activities, that, you know, the individuals doing it, the companies doing it, have the ability to do it. You know, whether you're, you know, organized crime or not, but I mean, you have the ability to do it. So, you know, so what happens is, and particularly for LSRPs, that's another off ramp that we have for LSRPs, in that if you have an LSRP that's conducting remediation activities at a remediation site, that they don't have to go through the licensing process. If the and again, when you look at A901 and the licensing ability and the licensing structure, we're not licensing individual projects. We're licensing the company. So a lot of times you might have a company that employs LSRPs, but, you know, the company itself is not necessarily, not everybody in the company is LSRPs, and sometimes they do work outside of the strict LSRP remediation scenarios. So for those other types of activities that they may do, then the licensing may apply. But for LSRPs who just deal with sites that are remediation sites that they've been retained to do that, they don't need licensure.
Okay, well, Director Hastry, Director Wormley, I want to thank you both for your time and your presentation today. You know, we really appreciate it. We thought it was quite informative. And at this point, we will break for lunch. We will return at 1 p.m. for the lunch break. Please download the handouts that are in the handouts portion. And again, please complete the survey and email it to Sunila Gupta at the email address below for any feedback.
Yeah, the handouts are in the chat section. There are the links to all the handouts, all the 4 handouts.
It's also in a section called handouts, so you can see it, find it in lots of places. People should not have any trouble finding it. See you after lunch.
All right.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the conference. Chris Whitehead will be introducing Director Candice Perry, who will be speaking on environmental justice updates and initiatives. If you have any questions, please put them in the question section of the webinar.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Ron. I'm excited to be here today. I've been a member of AWMA for quite some time now, and I look forward to this event. A couple of the topics we're covering this afternoon: environmental justice, climate change. Others are some that hit very close to my heart personally and follow the work that I do in environmental sciences. And I'm fortunate also to, as Ron said, introduce Director Candice Perry, the Director of the Office of Environmental Justice, who's charged with putting environmental justice at the heart of all state departments, decisions, guidance, and policies. Her background stems from nonprofits in the Trenton area, focusing on water quality and brownfields, and her education is from the University of Pennsylvania. And she's been a friend of AWMA for some time now, and also attended our event in Camden just a month ago. So we thank her for that, and I hope we can continue the partnership, and I look forward to hearing what she has to say. So with that, Director Perry, it's all yours.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I don't know if Tyrone can assist, or should I just go ahead?
Please start.
Okay, sounds good. All right, apologies, folks, for the no video, but I'm here. Candace Perry, Director of the Office of Environmental Justice. So, the Office of Environmental Justice is charged with the responsibility of helping and assisting the entire agency to integrate the principles of environmental justice into everything that we do. So everything that our agency does in furtherance of our mission should have an environmental justice consideration and component integrated into it. We also apply that same approach working with all executive branch departments and agencies to help them incorporate and integrate environmental justice into their mission and activities. And lastly, we are responsible for engaging with and listening to our state's overburdened communities to incorporate their feedback into the work that the state government does every day, so that our work is grounded in and colored by the lived experiences from environmental justice communities. So with that background, the office is doing a lot of work to integrate environmental justice. One of our major successes that we are now starting to implement is our environmental justice rule. So today I'm going to give you a background and kind of dive as deeply as I can in 30 minutes into the details of our environmental justice rule and how we're implementing them. So the environmental justice law was signed in September 2020, and since then the department has been working on our rulemaking efforts to propose and adopt final rules that will implement that law. So as of April 2023, we do now have a final set of environmental justice rules. So I think last year, Deputy Commissioner Sean Moriarty spoke to this audience about our draft proposed rules. And so now I'm here to talk to you about our final rules and what it's all about. So with that, next slide. Okay, so before I dive deep, I just want to start very high level talking about a few declarations that are within the law. So if you just Google New Jersey's environmental justice law, you'll see these declarations. And why it's so important for us is because we as an agency have these declarative statements from our legislature that really sets the groundwork and the pathway forward for how we are to be implementing and standing behind the principles of environmental justice, that all New Jersey residents, regardless of who they are, deserve to live in a clean and healthy environment. And next slide. And that the state has a vested interest in preventing, go to the next slide, and preventing historic injustices and disproportionate shares of environmental pollution. And that in order to do that, it is within the state's interest to limit the future placement and expansion of such facilities that would cause a disproportionate impact in our overburdened communities. Next slide. So the goal of the environmental justice law and our implementing rules is to avoid a disproportionate impact. And to just make it very simple and basic, the goal is to ask ourselves as an agency, is one community experiencing too much pollution as compared to another? That basic question of are communities experiencing more than their fair share of pollution is a huge paradigm shift in the way that we are doing environmental policy and regulation within the state of New Jersey and across the country. So New Jersey is the first state in the country to have the authority to ask ourselves that basic question. Are some communities experiencing more than their fair share of pollution? And so it's a great big deal thing. Our advocacy community has fought for this law for years and years, and we are excited to have this privilege to implement the law. So there are two instances where disproportionate impacts could be created. And that's where a facility is already existing within an overburdened community, and there is already too much pollution in that community, or there's the community is not necessarily experiencing their fair share of pollution, but by the nature of a facility coming in and being located in that overburdened community, the pollution that company would generate would cause there to be too much, or for that community to be experiencing more than their fair share of pollution. And so the goal is to avoid that and to minimize the contributions of environmental and public health stressors. So setting up the goal, we'll go into some terminology and definitions in the next few slides. So you can go to the next one. All right. So the first step in determining if and how the environmental justice law is applicable is we kind of have this three-step process for determining applicability. So the first is whether or not the facility is located or proposing to be located within an overburdened community. The second is whether or not the facility meets the definition of a facility as defined by the law. And so there are 8 types of facility that are triggered or applicable under the law. So there are major sources of air pollution like a power plant, incinerators, sewage treatment plants, transfer stations, recycling facilities, scrap metal facilities, landfills, and so on and so forth. So you have to be one of these 8 categories of industry to be applicable under the law. And the third is, if you meet that definition of a facility, you're in an OBC or proposing to be located in an OBC, and you're seeking an applicable permit from the department. So we're talking about a solid waste permit, land use permit, a water permit, air permit, things like that. Next slide. Okay, so to go to the definition of overburdened community, this is a statutory definition. Which says that at least 35% of households qualify as low income, or 40% identify as minority or a member of a state-recognized tribe, or 40% are limited English proficient. So the emphasis is on the word "or" here. You need to only just meet one of those 3 criteria to be defined as an overburdened community, and that is intentional, to make sure that we are providing as most comprehensive of protection across the state as possible. And so those OBCs are defined at the block group level. So not the state, not the county, not the zip code, not the census tract, but the census block group level. And so there are about 3,500 OBCs across the state. Half of the state's population live within OBCs. And out of the state's 564 municipalities, 338 of them have overburdened communities within their municipal boundaries. Next slide. So to go a bit deeper into some more terminology and define for you a distinct difference between an overburdened community and what we typically call environmental justice communities. So I like to use this Venn diagram, where if you think about your overburdened community, that definition we just looked at the last slide, as your community of concern, or your circle in blue, then you want to layer on top the presence of disproportionate environmental and public health stressors. We'll go into that definition a little bit deeper in a minute, but basically we just mean disproportionate amounts of pollution in the circle in that reddish brown, with the circle in green, which is the absence of environmental and public health benefits. So here we're talking about access to high quality parks, we're talking about tree canopy, we're talking about green stormwater infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So it is the layering of those 3 which makes an environmental justice community. Next slide. Okay, and so to visualize where overburdened communities and environmental justice communities are located throughout the state, we have this very helpful mapping tool, our environmental justice mapping, assessment, and protection tool. If you just Google NJDEP-AWMA, it will come up. Next slide. And so you just will have some introductory material on the first tab. On the second tab that's highlighted, you can see in this kind of tealish color, all of the overburdened communities, again, at the block group level, located throughout the state. We also have plotted on here what we call adjacent block groups. So these are block groups that have 0 population as defined by the U.S. Census that are adjacent to an overburdened block group. And so the reason why that is so important is because some block groups, say for example, a port facility, would not have any population, like no one lives at the port. And so because there is no population, there's no demographic information. Because there's no demographic information, we cannot define that block group as an overburdened community. However, because it is adjacent to an overburdened community, the department still wants to keep tabs on the types of facilities that might be located within that port facility, if we're sticking with that scenario, and to make sure that the emissions and the pollution generated or the stressors generated from facilities that would locate in that port are not disproportionately causing pollution to the adjacent overburdened communities. So we have both plotted on the map. Next slide. And let's just drill down and zoomed in a little bit deeper. Next slide. And then to zoom in even further, you can see the individual combinations of overburdened block groups. And so we just have it zoomed in on the city of Trenton right now, so you can see whether a block group in your community or your community of interest is low income, and minority, low income and minority, and limited English proficient, or any combination of those three in this color-coded legend you can see. Next slide. All right. The other very interesting thing that we now are able to visualize for the first time is where all of the facilities that are subject to the environmental justice law are located throughout the state. So there are some types of facilities that just have never been publicly able to be visualized before, and so you can see all of those indicated by a different icon, whether it's a circle in blue or a circle in green on this map here. And next slide. And then the final tab that you're able to click on is our stressor summary tab. And so this is the meat of the tool, and it is where you can see the distinction between our overburdened communities in the state and those that are not just overburdened, but those that are environmental justice communities, going back to that Venn diagram that I showed you a few slides back. So on this slide, you'll have two colors. You'll have a lighter blue and a darker blue. One says higher than the 50th percentile, the other says not higher than. I'll explain that a little bit further or later in my presentation. For now, the light blue block groups plus the dark blue light block groups are all OBCs. They're all overburdened communities. However, the darker blue block groups represent what we call the environmental justice communities, because that is where we're layering on those communities that are subject to adverse cumulative stressors or or more than their fair share of pollution, and those that may be experiencing a lack of environmental benefits, like we talked about earlier, a lack of tree canopy, a lack of green stormwater infrastructure, a lack of quality park and open space, and so on and so forth. So the light blue plus the dark blue, they're all OBCs, but the dark blue is where you have those that are experiencing more than their fair share. Next slide. So what do we mean by an environmental and public health stressor? So that, again, is a definition within the law. And within the law, it was pretty vague. So it has these 5 categories of what could be constituted as an environmental or public health stressor. So things like concentrated areas of air pollution, mobile sources of air pollution, and you can, read down the slide. Now, in the law, when I say it's vague, it did not say the actual stressor. And so our job, next slide, as an agency was to develop a list of those specific environmental and public health stressors that we would be tracking and establishing a baseline of communities that have more than their fair share of pollution, so that we can work with our applicants to avoid and minimize contributions to that pollution. And so through our stakeholdering efforts, we had a list of about 60 environmental and public health stressors, and we were able to narrow that down to 26 stressors. We narrowed it down asking ourselves the question, what is the minimum amount of stressors that we need as an agency to be able to make a decision about whether a disproportionate impact is present and how one can go about avoiding and minimizing those stressors. So we were looking for very high quality data that could be replicable, data that could be publicly accessible, and that's how we get down to our 26. So next slide. The next few slides that I have are just an overview of the categories of stressors that were defined in the law, and then what the agency came up with as the final list of individual stressors in those categories. So we have things like ground level ozone and particulate matter in the category of concentrated areas of air pollution. Next slide. We're also looking at mobile sources of air pollution. So we're interested in the density of truck traffic, for example. Next slide. We also have point sources of water pollution. So the presence of a combined sewer overflow, for example. Next slide. Also solid waste and scrap yards. So the density of having those types of facilities within a community is a stressor in and of itself. Next slide. Also contaminated sites. Next slide. And then we have stressors that may cause public health issues. So as an example, if you look at stressor number 20, which talks about the percent of pre-1950 housing. And so we're using that as a surrogate for elevated blood lead levels. What we don't have in here are stressors or any data about actual health conditions or actual health risks. So obviously, if you live in a house before 1950, it does not mean that there is actually, excuse me, lead within your home, but we're using it as a proxy or surrogate to say that there's a high possibility or very high likelihood that pre-1950 housing would have lead. And so we're using that as a proxy for having actual public health data within here, like the percentage of elevated blood lead levels within a community. It's not that we were opposed to including the public health data, but a lot of public health data, especially because of HIPAA reasons, does not allow for us to have meaningful data in the tool at the scale that we need. Remember that all of the information has to be accessible at the block group level in order to be meaningful. So we have some stressors that may cause public health issues so that we can capture that information without actually having to include the public health data itself. Next slide. And so lack of tree canopy, impervious cover, flooding, also issues that may cause public health issues. Next slide. And then we have some stressors that are related to the social determinants of health, like unemployment and education. Next slide. All right, so those are our stressors. And so if you click on a block group, you'll see it kind of outlined in this teal color. If you click on a polygon, you can then, next slide, see a pop-up table where you'll have the data that talks about whether or not for each of those 26 stressors that we went through, whether or not an overburdened community in question is subject to a cumulative amount of adverse stressors. Next slide. And so all that data is here. This is just a screenshot of the PDF that will pop up. If you were to scroll down on this pop-up, you'll see all 26 stressors listed. And I'll try to go through a bit more about these calculations in a minute if there's time. But let me keep moving. Next slide. Oh, it looks like I'm going to do it here. All right. So just really quick as an example for how the tool makes this comparative analysis, looking at the cumulative amount or the total amount of stressors, those 26, for an overburdened community in question, and how are they making a determination of whether or not this one community is experiencing more than their fair share of pollution. And so we'll just go really quickly through some very simple math here and look at the first stressor, which is ground level ozone. So this is basically saying within a 3-year average, how many days is the ground level ozone value for this one overburdened block group above the standard? And so the value for this one block group will be 2.667, that's circled in blue. And so to determine whether or not someone is experiencing more pollution, you have to compare it to somebody else, right? And so we're going to compare it to either the county or the state, and we're going to take the lower of the two in order to be most comprehensive. And what we're going to do is compare the block group, which is an overburdened block group, to their non-overburdened block group counterparts within the county or the state, and we're going to look at the 50th percentile. So the 50th percentile just being the middle. If you were to take the ground level ozone values for the county and only look at those values for the non-overburdened block group and line them up from least to greatest and then take that middle value, you'd be at the 50th percentile. And so that value circled in red is 2.33. If you did that same thing for all of the non-overburdened block groups across the entire state, line them up from least to greatest, take the 50th percentile or the value in the middle. For the state, you have 0.99. And so again, we want to take the lower of the two, circled in green. That will be our geographic point of comparison, 0.99. We're going to take the state's value. And then we want to compare that circle in blue to that circle in green, our geographic point of comparison, and just ask ourselves simply, is the value for the block group higher than or lower than the geographic point of comparison? Here, obviously, 2.6 is higher than 0.9. And so we're going to say, yeah, it's higher than. And so you'll see a yes in that last column all the way to the right. And so we just want to do that quick comparison for all of these stressors. And you'll have some that are yes, some that are no. And so then next slide, what you want to do is just count all of the total yeses. And so this is how we get the cumulative number of stressors that are adverse in nature. We just want to count for this one block group, how many yeses do we have? And so highlighted in yellow in that top box, we have 24 yeses. So 24 out of the 26 are adverse stressors for this block group. And then to, again, ask ourselves this question, was 24 more than their fair share? Is it just about their fair share, or is it less than their fair share? So you want to do that same kind of analysis for the county or the state and establish a geographic point of comparison. So the total count of yeses for the county, Mercer County, would be 12. The total count of yeses for the state is 13. The lower of the two is 12. 24 is higher than 12. So yes, for this one block group, it is higher than the 50th percentile, or this block group is subject to adverse cumulative stressors. And so this is what determines the baseline level of where in those, where across the state are there overburdened communities that are in that darker blue, or those that are higher than the 50th percentile, or those that are subject to adverse cumulative stressors, or said a very simply way, those that are experiencing more than their fair share of pollution. Next slide. All right, so this brings us to what are we doing throughout this whole process in our environmental justice law now that we've established that baseline of environmental and public health stressors, which communities are experiencing those stressors, how many of those stressors are adverse in nature, and what is a disproportionate impact. So step 2 in our process is that we are requiring those applicants or those facilities that are subject to the law to produce and present and defend an environmental justice impact statement. And so this is a new requirement for the first time for the agency, is that you have to produce a document that talks about, well, what are the potential environmental and public health stressors associated with a facility? What are the environmental and public health stressors that already exist within the community? Are any of those stressors adverse in nature? Can any of those stressors be avoided? And if they can be avoided, what are the actual strategies one would take to avoid or to minimize the contributions of those stressors in an OBC? So that aegis, as we call it, will say all of that. And so the next step is to present this aegis, this impact statement, to the overburdened community in question. And so this is where we're building in an opportunity for meaningful public participation with the community, is so that they can hear from the applicant, who may end up being their neighbor, and hear from them about why the facility needs to be located within that community and what steps the community will take to avoid contributions of pollution experienced by that community. And so next slide, after the applicant holds a hearing, the department now has a decision to make. And so we're going to consider all of the testimony, the written comments, all of the conversation that's been happening over the last 60 to 90 days through this public process. And we'll use that information to make a determination about what to do about this applicant in question. And so the law gives us the authority to do a couple of things here. Remember, the goal is to avoid disproportionate impacts. And so if a facility can avoid, that's great. You know, the department will allow that facility to proceed and will set any conditions necessary to that permit to ensure that a disproportionate impact is truly avoided and remains avoided. Now, if a facility cannot avoid a disproportionate impact to that overburdened community, we have two options. So if the facility is a brand new facility, it does not already exist within the community, we are required to deny that permit if it cannot avoid a disproportionate impact, unless it can meet our tests for compelling public interest. So these are public interest projects that serve a benefit to the overburdened community, especially and particularly. So we're not talking about projects that provide a broad societal good. We're talking about projects that provide a direct and specific good to the overburdened community in question. If that facility meets that determination, then it can be allowed to proceed. If a facility is already existing within a community and is proposing to expand its operations, or it is requesting a renewal of a major source air permit, then we are authorized to proceed with allowing the facility to proceed, but we will set conditions on the permit. Conditions on the permit to avoid and minimize those contributions to adverse environmental and public health stressors. So what we mean by conditions are things like, just for example, requiring the applicant to reroute diesel truck traffic around an overburdened community and not directly through an overburdened community, or requiring them to electrify their fleet by a certain day, or to electrify their operations, or to install new control technology to avoid emissions, and so on and so forth. And all of those conditions will be determined by the agency by looking at the written comments and the testimony from the community. Next slide. All right, so I think this may be my last slide. I'll wrap up here with just leaving you some links to all of the stuff that I just talked about. There are a lot of helpful information that I encourage you to click through, some tutorials and some trainings and some presentations, and our frequently asked questions will be really helpful to you. And next slide, I think that might be my last one. Yes, all right, thanks for your time. Sorry about the video issues.
Well, thank you very much, Director Perry. As always, that was extremely informative. We have a few questions in the chat box, and we have time for some more. So I'd encourage attendees, if you have any questions for Director Perry, please add them. But I think I'd like to start with why the focus on community engagement as such an important issue with environmental justice. And can you explain a little more as to what meaningful public engagement actually entails?
Sure. So it's so important to allow an opportunity for the community who, in theory, would be the ones that are bearing that additional or that disproportionate pollution to have a say about a decision that could affect their quality of life or their public health. So far too often, so many government decisions, environmental decisions, are being made in a vacuum or in a silo and not really incorporating or asking for solutions from the community. And so things just get bulldozed in, and 20 to 30 years later, you'll see patterns of health effects that may have been avoided if we've had some proactive early conversations about the nature of the facility or solutions to, keep the facility, but just clean it up in some way. And so it's so important that we do that. And so what we're looking for is for the community or for the applicant to host the meeting with the community where there is an explanation, a presentation about the facility, the nature of its operations, and all the strategies to avoid disproportionate impacts, so the community can understand, and have the information that they need to make a decision about what they think and to let DEP know what they think. And so that meeting has to be had within the overburdened community. The applicant has to notify the neighboring residents and property owners about the meeting. And the meeting should be hybrid in nature, meaning people can come in person or they can attend online. There's at least a 60-day open comment period for people to really dive in deep into those environmental justice impact statements and have the time that they need. And folks should feel very free to call the department if they have any questions about that process or about the environmental justice impact statements.
And just to jump to a question in the chat box now, we have a question here: do environmental justice communities overlap with opportunity zones?
Yeah, I believe they do. We don't have that mapped out on EJ map, but I know there's an opportunity zone map. And I'm, pretty confident that if you pulled the two up side by side, there would be, pretty clear overlap, yes.
Yeah, thank you for that. And let's see, next one, we have a question about how many applications to date the DEP has received under Administrative Order 25, and have there been any completed impact statements submitted to this point?
Yeah, so the commenter is asking about two separate processes that I'll just explain really quickly in case it's helpful for folks. There's what's called the Administrative Order 2021-25, which was signed in 2021 by our commissioner, which was intended to cover the gap period between the law being signed in 2020 and the final rules being adopted April 2023. And so that administrative order requires applicants that would be subject to the environmental justice law to go through an EJ Rule Lite, LITE, Lite process, where you would be required to meet and have that public hearing with the overburdened community in question, but not necessarily go through the full process of doing an environmental justice impact statement. Again, all of the comments the DEP would use to establish conditions if there be a need for it. And so to date, I don't have the numbers off my hand. If the organizers can connect me to the commenter, I can follow back up. But I would say, as a guess, maybe a couple hundred or 150, maybe. A few of those have been completed, yes. We are updating our website. If you go to, or maybe someone can drop it in the chat, our EJ website, and click on attend a meeting. You can see a long list of all of those administrative order meetings that have happened since the AO was signed in 2021. And we are updating it to have a status column where you can see the ones that have gone through and have been completed. So stay tuned for that. And in terms of applications the department has received under the rules, there are a few. We have not yet published them. I think it's maybe 3 or 4 environmental justice impact statements that we have had since April 2023. I think our applicants have been kind of wading through the waters and seeing who would be the first. Now we do have a few applications, and we are in the process of reviewing those and approving it. Then they'll be published on the website. You'll be able to see.
I'll definitely have an eye out for that, because I know there's a lot of interest in the impact statement format themselves, and there have been people throughout the state proposing various things for these impact statements. And I also want to give a quick plug to the Office of Environmental Justice ongoing actual newsletter that they do weekly, I think it is. It actually announces all the public hearings that are going to be coming up for the next couple of weeks in the state. So I find it extremely useful. One final question, Director Perry, and again, thank you very much. Is there any reason why the impact statement process should be cost prohibitive for any industrial site, or that far outside of scope from what they've done in the past historically?
Oh, okay. You cut out like a word here or there at the end. Can you just repeat it for me?
Sure. I've heard a lot from people that they're worried about how much the impact statement process is going to cost. Is there any,
Hmm.
generally speaking, as to why doing environmental justice impact statements will be that far outside the scope from anything they've done in the past?
Okay, I don't think I can comment on how much it would cost,
Fair enough.
and offer a fair assessment on whether that cost would be high or low. That would be up to the company to determine. So,
Understood. And I think we have time for one more question if anyone in the chat wants to add, so I'll wait another minute or so. But again, thank you very much for your time, and as always, extremely informative. I don't see anything else, so I think Ron, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Chris and Director Perry.
thanks for your time.
Our next speaker is Director Janine McGregor, who was appointed as New Jersey DEP's Director of Division of Sustainable Waste Management in January of 2022. In this role, she manages the regulation of solid and hazardous waste facilities and oversees implementation of the many progressive laws in place to promote a broad range of recycling activity throughout the state. Janine was formerly the Executive Director of the New Jersey Site Remediation Professional Licensing Board and for many years worked in the Office of the Assistant Commissioner, serving as a Special Project Coordinator on the Passaic River remediation and litigation and several transformational initiatives within the site remediation program.
My
The
turn?
floor is yours. Yes.
Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? I
Yes.
did notice a little sort of cutting out. So after I talk for a few minutes, I'm going to ask everyone if they heard me again, because I don't want, I want to make sure everybody's getting this.
Yeah, we hear you well. We hear you
Okay,
well. You're coming through well.
great.
Yeah.
Candace's presentation was excellent, very informative about a really important topic, a really deep dive into that topic. I'm going to be a little bit more general because there's a lot of stuff under my purview, and so I'll just I'm happy to be here, and I'll try to give you an idea of what we're working on in the Division of Sustainable Waste Management. Next slide, please. So we have currently 3 bureaus in the Division of Sustainable Waste Management. There's the Bureau of Solid Waste Permitting, Recycling and Hazardous Waste Permitting, and Solid Waste Planning and Licensing. I am going to go over each bureau, like a quick overview of each bureau, what they do, and then I'm going to focus on some of their priority projects, some of the more important things. We're doing a lot. I can't possibly cover everything that we're doing, but I will talk to you about these specific groups. Before I do, I just wanted to mention, for those of you who don't know, our name changed from the Division of Solid and Hazardous Waste when I came on. And the idea was to really refocus our efforts toward what's happening in the world in the field of sustainable waste management or sustainable materials management. So a lot of that touches all of our bureaus, but probably most the Bureau of Solid Waste Planning and Licensing, because that group, we're taking a broader view of what planning is. They do research and planning on what's coming kind of down the pike in the field of sustainable waste management. So, someone's got their speaker on, it sounds like. So anyway, I will talk to you about a little bit about these guys, and then I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper dive into the Bureau of Solid Waste Planning and Licensing. And I do have Seth Hackman on the line in case I misstep at all. So, okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Bureau of Solid Waste Permitting. This is led, many of you probably know Anthony Fontana. This bureau regulates solid waste moving around the state of New Jersey, excuse me. They permit landfills, transfer stations, you see resource recovery facilities, intermodal facilities, and they essentially are managing about 9.5 million tons of waste per year that's moving around the state of New Jersey. Next slide, please. In addition, the Bureau of Solid Waste Permitting they're very involved in emergency planning and response. I know you can't really see that that picture too well, but let me just explain what the other things that they work on. One of the other major efforts that's under their purview. They oversee standby contracts that are used by municipalities to hire like specialized contractors during storm events, catastrophic events, and let's just call them debris generating events. They're often the boots on the ground during those events. They're monitoring operations, they're assisting the municipalities who are using some of those contracts with getting their towns kind of back to normal after an event. They're amazing. They have a huge, incredible number of years in this area of experience, and really important in the efforts along with our emergency response guys within the department. Another thing that they do is they approve temporary debris management areas. I'll just refer to them as TDMAs. And TDMAs are where they're locations in a town that the town has set up where debris can be stored temporarily until solid waste or recycling facilities have the access or capacity to accept that material. They aid a town during the cleanup, and they help the town get that cleanup more quickly after an event. Hurricane Ida, my town was hard hit, and everyone was just sort of getting things out of their basement, dumping it on the front porch, dumping it in the front yard, on the curb. The state came in and told them they had to get a TDMA because now that material can be segregated, it could be handled properly, some of it will go to recycling. If it was all mixed together, it would just all be in a landfill. So some can be recycled, all the white goods, some can go to, some will have to go to, of course, to a landfill. Some of it can be recycled, tree stumps and kind of vegetative debris. So these TDMAs are imperative in that area to clean up a town more quickly after an event. If you are in the position of advising towns in any regard, encourage them to get a TDMA before an event happens. They're free and the application is on our website. So we also encourage these TDMAs beforehand and also debris management plans for such events. We also put out a municipal toolkit. It's been recently updated and it's on our website. And we put that out there to assist in planning and response from debris generating events. Next slide, please. Okay, another bureau that I'd like to talk about, our second bureau, the Bureau of Recycling and Hazardous Waste Management. This is extremely well led by Dana Lawson. There's 4 units under Dana. They are the recycling facilities, hazardous waste permitting, medical waste, and electronic waste. You see them listed on the right side there, and you also see this general category of regulatory initiatives. I'll explain them a little bit. You see on the left-hand side of the screen the rules. We've got 2 rules underway, e-waste rule. The e-waste program's been in effect for many years, but we've got a revision. Our final draft is under internal review. More critical, in my opinion right now, is the recycling exemption rule, which was begun in response to a petition to create more exemptions for small scale and micro scale composting operations to assist towns, community gardens in being able to recycle without having to go through all the hoops in the recycling facility world. So we've got the rule drafted. We're hoping, I don't think it's complete yet, that draft, but we're hoping it's going to be, I think the first quarter next year, we're going through internal approvals and then maybe get it out and posted mid-year. Again, very difficult to predict that kind of stuff. How long these internal reviews take is often hard to guess. So let's move ahead to the next slide, please. Also, two special projects, at least, under her group of two I'm going to point out right now. The Solar Panel Commission report. The Solar Commission was charged with investigating options for end-of-life management of photovoltaic and other solar generating structures. They've drafted a report. It's going to be released soon. It includes recommendations for legislative, administrative, or private sector action. And one such recommendation, if you were listening to Mike Pastry before, is to classify solar panels as universal waste. The department held a stakeholder session in October to solicit input from the industry on this topic and other topics. Also, Dana's group heads up the Food Waste Recycling Market Development Council. I think you guys I should have said about the solar panel and this council. A lot of these laws that come down for us to implement also come with a council of industry, environmental, government, a bunch of experts to sort of lead the way, help us to do a report, to help us figure out what we're doing, if it's correct or not, or what tweaks we could make to make it work better. So the Food Waste Recycling Market Development Council is one such group. They are currently drafting a report which will include recommendations and changes to laws, rules, or regulations. And the idea is to stimulate the market for products and energy derived from food waste recycling. Their report is expected, I believe, mid-2024. And I should say that separately, DEP is already looking for ways to support and incentivize food waste recycling. I mentioned we have the recycling exemption rule for certain small operations. We have some facilities. We have a facility that has a research and development approval, and it seems to point to really favorable results for conducting food waste recycling in an unenclosed systems. Fingers crossed that this will become, an acceptable way to conduct food composting, at least from the solid waste or sustainable waste management aspect. We've also received another petition for rulemaking for a food waste recycler wishing to do the same as a Class C facility, not through a research and development approval. So that's big. We'll be looking at that in our regs. Keep in mind, we have regs that govern what we do. We have to follow our own regs. If we don't have the authority in the statute and then the likewise, reference in the regs, we can't really just make this stuff up as we go along. But we are looking at our rules, and we're looking at other things we could do where we have the flexibility that are not necessarily rule related to incentivize food waste recycling in New Jersey. And we'll talk about it a little bit more later, but more on that to come. So. All right, let's look at the next slide, please. So the Bureau of Solid Waste Planning and Licensing, this is led by Seth Hackman. This group oversees county solid waste planning, economic regulation of solid waste utilities, licensing of companies in the solid waste industry through A901, which is intended to keep criminal players out of the business and to keep, qualified individuals in the business. But Seth also has a special unit, and this is what I was talking about when we talked about this kind of rethinking the future of sustainable waste management. Seth has a special unit that does a variety of things. They conduct all the research with other state agencies, other nations, private companies, what they're doing, and recommendations for new policy in the field of sustainable waste management. What's the next big thing we're going to be looking at? And when some of those things result in new legislation, this group also implements that new legislation, which means coming up with writing rules, figuring out how to implement it before the rules are issued. And these topics vary as to all the 5 bullets on the left-hand side of the screen. The Get Past Plastic Law, food waste reduction, food waste recycling, recycled content, and dirty dirt. We'll talk about them a little bit now. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on. And just to check, does everyone hear me okay? Coming through okay? All right, hearing nothing, I'm going to assume it's good.
Yes, you're doing good.
Okay, thank you. So the post-consumer recycled content law, we know we need to support the market for recycling of all products, particularly plastic, and we need to stay away from virgin material in the production of containers, specifically plastic containers. The recycled content law can help get us there. It establishes a percentage of recycled material or content in the covered products that are listed below. Kind of small, but I'll read them off to you. Rigid plastic containers, plastic beverage containers, glass containers, paper carryout bags, plastic carryout bags, plastic trash bags, and polystyrene packaging or packing peanuts. So it establishes these rates. It begins now, and there's periodic increases and goals, as you see listed there as well. The idea is to stimulate the recycling markets. As manufacturers meet these minimum recycled content standards, we will stimulate the markets for those products. Can you move to the next slide, please? So right now we're in the throes of implementing this law. We're writing rules. We had stakeholder meetings. We anticipate publication in the Register in March of 25, but until then, we have put out frequently asked questions. We've, to guide compliance now. Just a little bit more background about this law. There are some opportunities for permanent exemptions, or there are permanent exemptions to the recycled content law, and that includes milk products, plant-based products with like milk in their name, like almond milk, medical food, food for special dietary use, and infant formula. But there's also opportunities to get waivers. A manufacturer can apply for a waiver if there's a conflicting law or regulation that precludes compliance based on what they make, or if it's not technologically feasible to meet these requirements, if there's an inadequate availability of recycled materials or some kind of massive disruption in supply, and other reasons as determined by the department. So right now where we stand is that the manufacturers have had to register by July 18th, 2022, and then the next major milestone beginning in July 18th, 2025, they're going to have to report compliance to us. They're going to have to submit a compliance certification report talking about, how they got to those recycled numbers. I think that's all we need to say on that. If you can move ahead to the next slide, please. Okay, the dirty dirt law. So based on a state commission of investigation report of the solid waste industry many years ago, the A901 law was passed. Mike talked about it a little bit as well. It's to keep criminal element out of the industry and ensure that all the players, all the participants in this industry were qualified and competent. So many years later, the dirty dirt amendments to that law were passed. And it's also to address the criminal element in the industry. And also there were just large piles of dirt moving around the state. It's also to make sure that that's being done properly and with proper controls. So the dirty dirt law expands the A901 licensing to those engaged in soil and fill recycling material industry, to that industry. There's some details here. Expands the definition of key employee, which is the people who must submit a personal history disclosure form, and it sets up a new fee structure, and it sets out a sort of chart for how to assess penalties, a schedule of penalties. We're very close to a proposal on this, which will then have to go through internal reviews and get all those approvals. But until then, we're putting out as much information in our FAQs as we possibly can. You see that there's 3 FAQs dates listed on the left-hand side of the screen. We've also posted 2 compliance advisories. So we're trying to be responsive to the concerns of industry while still meeting the very, very broad blanket that this law pulled in a lot of people, and we're trying to be reasonable. We have certain opportunities for carving some folks out of this. If you can certify that you have clean fill, if you're handling de minimis quantities, and we've also LSRPs and subsurface evaluators are not subject, as long as they're doing remediation under their respective laws. So we're trying to be reasonable, hoping to get a draft out soon. Okay, next slide, please. The Get Past Plastic law. This, I'm sure everyone has noticed that they no longer has heard, unless you're living under a rock or you're not from New Jersey, that we have banned single-use plastic bags in retail establishments, and also actually paper carry-out bags from large grocery stores. We've also banned polystyrene products, and plastic straws are only available by request, and they actually have to be available at some stores because, and that was an issue with Department of Health related to whether or not a person is disabled and requires a plastic straw. So, but basically this law bans single-use plastic and paper, and it defines a reusable carry-out bag which is able to be used. And it also established a plastics advisory council I mentioned to you before, that a lot of these laws also come with a council that the commissioners usually appointed to, and then that's delegated to someone on our staff or management team. So the Plastics Advisory Council, which is a super active and involved council, an excellent council, they issued a report in May of 2023. They estimate, based on the food, New Jersey Food Council, which is a market group for food, restaurant, hotels, they estimate 8 billion plastic bags have been eliminated. Single-use plastic bags have been eliminated in the state from May through December of 2022, and that was from grocery stores alone. Now, they base that on their membership of grocery stores, which is approximately 2,000, and we know there are approximately 6,000 grocery stores in the state. So it's a huge, almost unrealistic number. And I'm almost thinking, and this is, we asked them, they were asked, what haven't they bought? How many, in a typical year or a typical month, how many single-use plastic bags would you buy? And then now how many you're buying? And of course it went down to almost zero. And we know that there are more stores than grocery stores. There's your Home Depots, your Kmart's, your all the other retail establishments that are also not buying these bags anymore and removing them from the environment. So to us, this is a huge, huge metric of success. Another metric of success that we're thrilled about is Clean Ocean Action every year does they may do it more than, I think they do an annual beach sweep. And their beach sweep for 2022 showed about, up to 39%, from 37 to 39% in reduction of single-use plastic bags, plastic straws, and foam waste found along the Jersey Shore in 2022 compared to the 2021 numbers. So that was also really great news. We've had one kind of blip. There's been a proliferation of reusable bags, the heavy duty, with a handle, sewn handle. Reusable bags has been an unintended consequence of this, and we believe this buildup is from the buildup of bags at the consumer level due to the dramatic increase during COVID of home delivery. And what happened is when these stores have home delivery, they're putting the stuff in reusable bags, bringing it to these homes. There's really not any mechanism or requirement that folks bring them back to the grocery store. And so we've got a couple of efforts going within the plastics reduction team that's on the screen on the left as well, lower left. But a couple of efforts to try to come up with solutions to this buildup of bags, including donations to food pantries and food banks. So if you have any yourselves, please clean them and bring them to food banks. They will gladly accept them. And let's see, I think that's all I need to say on that one. If you can move to the next slide, please. So everyone knows that plastic bags are horrendous and we're getting rid of them. I want everybody to realize the next big thing that New Jersey residents should be concerned with and should know about is food waste reduction. Food waste decomposes anaerobically in landfills, and it contributes to greenhouse gas emissions. It produces methane, which is a much more potent greenhouse gas than CO2. DEP estimates that about 22% of municipal solid waste is food waste, and some of this was edible at the time of disposal. So the Food Waste Reduction Act was signed into law in 2017, and it set goals to reduce food waste 50% by the year 2030. You'll see some of the things we're doing. The Food Waste Reduction Plan, I said on this because I did this 2 weeks ago, this slide, currently being finalized. It's now posted on our website, the Food Waste Reduction Plan. We support this 50 by 30 goal. We give out higher education grants for food waste projects. We're working with a lot of different organizations, in particular Sustainable Jersey's Waste Task Force. We're developing food waste reduction strategies at DEP headquarters. We're trying to get toward a zero waste. We're doing waste audits here at DEP. So food waste is the next big thing that I hope everybody is aware of and conscious of. So, okay, next slide, please. So the Food Waste Recycling and Food Waste to Energy Production Act, it's a mouthful, and I don't have an acronym for it, so we'll just call it the Food Waste Recycling Act. It was signed into law in 2020. We're working on the rules and implementation of this, but the basic gist of it is that large food waste generators that produce about 52 tons, or an average of 52 tons of food waste per year, and are located within 25 road miles of an authorized food waste recycling facility, must source, separate, and recycle their food. The food waste, and as I mentioned before, this is the law that established the Food Waste Recycling Market Development Council. Food waste is food processing vegetative waste. It's residue generated from processing and packaging, overripe produce, trimmings from food, food overruns from processing. It is used cooking fats, oil, and grease. It is not food donated by a generator for human consumption, and it does not include any waste that a consumer, after the generator issues or sells the food to the consumer, is not the waste of the consumer at their home. But so per this law, the food waste recycling facility must be a Class C facility in New Jersey, which is enclosed on-site composting or anaerobic or aerobic digestion. There's also some alternative food waste recycling methods that are possible. Let's go to the next slide for a second. And you'll see that there's only two Class C food waste recycling facilities They do get a major portion of the state. They're right through our industrial corridor, which is awesome. But we would like some more. We would like one in the north, one in the south, at least, so we can capture those 25-mile radius groups. Let me just see if there's anything else I need to say on this. I think we're good. Well, we are actually, you can stay there. We are, what we've done so far is we've, done correspondence to generators in 2021 and 2022. We've had stakeholder meetings. We've published FAQs. We've developed voluntary reporting forms and waiver forms. And the draft rule is, I believe, under review in the governor's office. We hope to adopt it in fall of 2024. Okay, so now the upcoming legislation. So these are some of the legislative priorities we've all been hearing about, and I can't say much from a DEP perspective because we don't know exactly what these will end up looking like, and whether we'll support them, what our position will be, what the position will be all the way up the chain. But these are kind of the important hot ticket items right now. There are more, but I'm just going to mention these four right now. So EPR, extended producer responsibility. Manufacturers of various products should be responsible for the product's end of life, for how it's recycled, because this will lead to better design of the product, less waste, the incorporation of recycling material in its production. This is a huge and very complex industry, and it would be a issue, and it would be a sea change for the industry in New Jersey. So this is one that I know is a legislative priority that we've been hearing a lot about it. And it's a extended producer responsibility law for packaging products. The Electric and Hybrid Vehicle Battery Management Act, of course, with the emphasis on electric and hybrid vehicles and the batteries, we're thinking these probably should be handled the same way as other EPR laws. Like our e-waste law, the manufacturer ensures it's handled responsibly at the end of life. It should incentivize the most environmentally sound way of handling these materials, and it should incentivize efficient design, and then also reuse of the precious metals that are involved in inside of these batteries. I think I mentioned the county solid waste planning process briefly, or maybe not. This bill would require counties to develop plans for food waste reduction, because we really believe that this is a important point, and apparently the legislature agrees with us. But we'll see. I don't know how the bill will end up. And microplastics are probably the other thing that keeps me up at night. Our Plastic Advisory Council report has 4 opportunities for action related to microplastics. This bill right here is about studies for sampling, for testing in drinking water, and promoting removal technologies. Very important bill. So we're looking at what other states are doing, what other countries are doing, and we hope to have some kind of microplastic legislation in the future. I think that's about it for me. If anyone has any questions that I will try to answer.
Thank you so much, Janine. There is one question from Reina Layusa. The question is, if you can hear me, there is the cleanup crew are already in the back.
Always.
I hope you can hear this. The question is recycled content law. The question is regarding the recycled content law slide. They say, ask how much money has been collected for the registration fee by the manufacturers, and is the money collected being used to cover the cost of the program?
I don't know how much has been collected. Seth, do you know how much has been collected?
Not much so far, because what happens is companies register and then the invoice goes out after that, and then they have basically 90 days to pay. So we haven't collected very much so far, but yes, all the money from the registration is going to pay for implementation of the law.
Great, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so much,
Great.
Janine and Sid,
Sure.
for
Thank
your
you so much.
participation. We're going
Okay.
to have a 10 minutes afternoon break. We're going to gather at 2:25, and we're going to go very good presentations on climate change and water monitoring and science and research. So please rejoin at 2:25 p.m. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's 2:25. I think we'll get started again. Again, I'm Chris Whitehead. I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Director Peg Hanna of the Division of Climate Change Mitigation and Monitoring. Peg has been the director for a number of years now, but she's been at DEP overall for 31 years. Again, focusing on climate change mitigation monitoring. She develops and oversees economy-wide decarbonization initiatives, advances clean and renewable energy strategies, and oversees operation of the state's ambient air monitoring network. She has a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from the University of Scranton, and she spent her first 15 years at the DEP in compliance and enforcement. So definitely the right person to talk to with any questions you might have on climate and applicability. And I look forward to hearing what she has to say. So with that, Peg, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you so much, Chris, and thank you everyone for hanging in there. Hopefully, I am the only one that is inside on this beautiful day. Hopefully, all the rest of you are listening from outside somewhere, because it really is beautiful here in Hunterdon County. It's about 70 degrees. So what I wanted to talk to you about today is a new planning process that we have underway that builds on our Global Warming Response Act 80 by 50 report. So the fancy name for it is the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program. It's a two-part or two-phase program. The first phase, which is already underway, provided non-competitive planning grants to state and local governments to develop climate action plans that focused on mitigating greenhouse gases. And then the second phase, which is also underway, is a $4.6 billion competitive grant program. That's a national competition. And that was announced, I guess it's probably been a little more than a month now, maybe 2 months. So that national competition is geared at funding implementation-ready greenhouse gas reduction measures. Next slide. So due to New Jersey's population density, we were lucky to have gotten 4 discrete planning grants covering various sections of the state. So New Jersey DEP got a planning grant for $3 million, and that covers the entire state. But then, as you can see here, some of our partners and sister agencies also got planning grants. So New York City Economic Development Corporation, in partnership with our North Jersey planning area, got a grant covering the 12 counties that you see in pink. The Lehigh Valley Planning Commission in Pennsylvania got a grant that covers a portion of Warren County, that's the yellow. And then the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission in green got a grant that covers some of the southern counties, and that's the green color. The blue counties way at the bottom, we don't have a grant. There aren't discrete agencies covering those, so we will include those southernmost counties in our statewide plan. So clearly we have a need for coordination with all of these entities getting planning grants, so we have monthly coordination meetings with all of these agencies to make sure that we're staying connected and streamlining our efforts and not stakeholdering to the same people on the same issues. Next slide. So under this planning grant, EPA tells us we need to have 3 different deliverables. The first one is a priority climate action plan, and that's due in March. And in that plan, we're supposed to focus on short-term greenhouse gas reduction measures that we're ready to implement. The second deliverable is the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, and as you can guess from the name, that's meant to cover all sectors and all significant sources and sinks of greenhouse gases in the state. And that's due in 2025. And then finally, we wrap up our $3 million planning grant with the status update in December 2027. Next slide. So the $4.6 billion national competition is what everyone is obviously the most excited about. As I said, it's a competitive grant program. EPA anticipates issuing somewhere between 30 and over 100 awards, ranging in size from $2 million to $500 million. And those applications are due in April, so just a month after we submit our priority climate action plan. So who is eligible? So anyone that received a planning grant, as well as municipalities, are eligible for funding. So if you remember that multicolored map that I just showed, those 4 lead agencies got planning grants. They are eligible to directly apply, and every municipality in New Jersey and throughout the country actually is also eligible to apply. The grant applications have to focus on ambitious measures. We have to try to achieve significant reductions. They have a huge emphasis on low and moderate income communities. And they are looking for us to leverage other funding sources and demonstrate to really be innovative and robust in what we're applying for, and to think about the grant applications as a way to start small but then end up big. So thinking about project ideas that we can scale up across multiple communities. Next slide. So these are the examples of the project sectors that EPA gave as eligible for funding. So just to give you a sense of, it's basically anything and everything that emits greenhouse gases or sinks greenhouse gases, also has the potential to reduce greenhouse gases or sink even more carbon emissions. So all of these sectors are eligible for funding. Projects in all of these sectors are eligible for funding. Next slide. So some of you that are familiar with DEP's climate planning process may remember that we've already done a few climate-related plans. We started with our Energy Master Plan. I think that was in 2019. And then we came out with the Global Warming Response Act 80 by 50 report. We call it 80 by 50 for shorthand because we're aiming to get 80% reduction below our 2006 baseline by 2050. And then every 3 years, we issue a RGGI strategic funding plan that dictates how we will invest the RGGI auction proceeds. So what's the point of this new planning money, and what are we going to do that we haven't already done? That's actually a really important question, and the team that's working on it with me has been very diligent in making sure that we are not just rewriting all of these documents. Instead, we are looking for gaps in what we've already tried to achieve and try to fill those gaps. And then we're also looking for successes. So strategies that we laid out in these reports that have been really successful and that we're doing well, we will look to replicate in the Priority Climate Action Plan that we have to submit in March. So remember I was saying the Priority Climate Action Plan, we just are supposed to pick the emission sources that are most significant that we think we can address immediately. And then the comprehensive plan will be all of the sectors. So for our priority sectors, we chose these 6 sectors that you see here, and we chose them either because they are the largest contributors to the greenhouse gas emission inventory in the state, or because they're highly warming. So things like organic waste and hydrofluorocarbons are highly warming gases. So when you look at them on the short term, on a 20-year global warming potential scale, that's a greater share of statewide emissions than some of the other sectors. Next slide. So I wanted to just walk you through each of the 6 sectors and give you a little insight into our thought process. And remember I said we're trying to not reinvent the wheel. We're trying to really think about what are our goals, what are our pathways, what have we done well, and what do we need to do better. So we'll start with transportation. This is the emission inventory chart for transportation. We always start with our baseline. We need to remember what we're trying to reduce. And you can see here that the way to reduce transportation emissions is primarily through electrification. So those are our priority reduction pathways. We also want to reduce vehicle miles traveled by encouraging carpooling, encouraging work from home, encouraging mass transit, encouraging more bike and ped lanes. This slide here runs through some of the things that we've done really well. The neat thing about transportation, and something that I'm most proud of, is that this really has been a holistic approach. So we have multiple agencies, not only DEP, but our sister agencies, Board of Public Utilities and Economic Development Authority, working in this lane to channel funding to vehicle electrification, as well as EV charging. And then this is the list of potential opportunities for future strategies, but also for the $4.6 billion national competition. So this is not meant to be a comprehensive list, and this list is also not our absolute, this is what we are going to apply for, this is what we think the other eligible entities in the state have to apply for. This was just our brainstorming list, again, of things that we've done well or things that we haven't done at all. So let's go to buildings. I think I have about 15 minutes left, so I think we're on track. But Ron or Tyrone, tell me if that's wrong. So on buildings, which are our second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, you can see here the split between residential building emissions and commercial building emissions, primarily fueled by natural gas. That's why they're big contributors to our greenhouse gas emission inventory. The next slide, you can see a list of the goals that we've already established, either in the Energy Master Plan or in that 80 by 50 report that I mentioned. So the primary reduction pathways or strategies here are to electrify space and water heating in both existing buildings as well as new buildings. So essentially that means converting to heat pumps. But then we also want to think about the pollution prevention mindset. So we want to try to improve the energy efficiency as well in both existing and new buildings. Following the same format as transportation, this is a list of some of the investments that the state has already made in building decarbonization or building electrification. The Whole House pilot program is the one that we are most proud of. That is a program that is implemented by our Board of Public Utilities, and it's designed to address both health and safety issues in low-income communities in Trenton. New Jersey is the first state in the nation to implement this type of program. So we're basically taking a holistic approach to healthy housing by looking at not just energy efficiency, by incorporating energy efficiency improvements while remediating health and safety hazards. And then these are potential opportunities of things that we can seek funding for, either through this $4.6 billion national competition or through other federal opportunities that are being made possible through the Inflation Reduction Act or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So you can see the common theme here, looking at additional residential and commercial electrification, not forgetting about workforce development. We're trying to build a green job economy. And then also programs to provide technical assistance for building owners who want to do energy efficiency or who want to try to convert to heat pumps. Okay, sector number 3, electric generation. And this kind of underlies all of our strategies, right? Because we can't decarbonize or electrify. It doesn't make sense unless we have clean electricity. So this is what our in-state electric generation portfolio looks like right now. Primarily natural gas, just a tiny bit of coal, and some other sources. I'm sure you've seen the press. We're trying to get 100% clean energy by 2050. That's one of our primary goals. And the way to do that is to become more energy efficient, also transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy like solar and wind, and also procuring, when we have to procure out-of-state power, trying to make sure that that's renewable, that's power generated by renewable energy. So like I said, making sure our grid is not just clean, but also reliable is a key priority, and it's really a keystone to all of these climate actions that we're talking about today. We have commitments for offshore wind, trying to get 11,000 megawatts of offshore wind by 2040, I think. We've awarded about half of those. I'm sure you've seen Ørsted has backed out, but we still remain strident in our goal of 11,000 megawatts by 2040. We've also restructured our solar incentive programs. And when I say we or our, I'm really talking about the state as a whole. This isn't necessarily a DEP strategy. So I don't want you to think I'm taking credit for something that our agency didn't actually do. So we've also restructured our solar incentive programs to incentivize additional megawatts of solar generation. And then through the Clean Energy Act of 2018, we've established community solar programs. So what that means is it's not actually a community location, but we're encouraging developers to put solar on tops of warehouses and storage units. And then that energy is provided to the communities, usually low-income communities, at a discount. And the next slide. So I think the potential opportunities here are pretty intuitive. We want to make sure the grid is upgraded. We want to try to do as much distributed energy as possible. We want to think about adding energy storage technologies. We want to expand solar, and then again, the green jobs, building the workforce in all of these areas. Next slide. Okay, sector number 4. And Janine McGregor actually touched on this a little bit. Food waste disposal. Food waste is a huge source of greenhouse gas emissions in our state. MSW here means municipal solid waste. So in-state garbage, municipal solid waste, contributes 54% of the greenhouse gas emissions in this sector. So our goal is to reduce the amount of food waste disposed in landfills by reducing and recovering it, but then also looking at energy recovery efforts in wastewater treatment. Next slide. So through DEP's Recycling Enhancement Act, we have a grant program for higher education. We've made a handful of investments throughout the state for different food waste recycling programs in places like Princeton, which is, I think, the one that's pictured here, Rutgers University, Ravenna Valley Community College, Bergen County Community College, Keene University, and NJIT. Sustainable Jersey is also receiving funding to conduct research on best practices for food waste. Rutgers has a New Jersey Leaves No Bite Behind program to encourage everyone to clear their plate. Like my mom used to tell me, everyone should clear their plate as part of the food waste education program in elementary schools. And then there's a few other examples, but we are trying to sort of right around the edges of this problem. Next slide. So the opportunities here are looking at food donation and food rescue infrastructure. So how can we promote food donation and food rescue to provide to the many food pantries in low and moderate income communities? Looking at composting, looking at large-scale food waste recycling, and then looking at waste to energy projects at either existing or new wastewater treatment facilities throughout the state. Next slide. And we are almost there. We're in the home stretch. Sector number 5, highly warming gases. So highly warming gases come from a bunch of different sources, primarily refrigeration. So think about the ShopRite and Giant grocery stores. All of their refrigeration units are run by highly warming gases that sometimes leak. So leaking refrigeration systems are a primary source of highly warming gases. So the priority reduction pathway here is to do leak repair, and then also think about actual product phase out. So outright bans, if you remember, I think the U.S. government banned chlorofluorocarbons and Freon, things like that. So looking at product phase outs as a way to address the highly warming gas sector. Next slide. So what have we done so far? We have one law that was passed in 2019 that phased out the installation and use of certain equipment or products that contain hydrofluorocarbons. And then we also have a reporting rule that's in place to help us gather more information on the sector. And then that information will hopefully help inform future strategies. Next slide. So our opportunities here, we're looking at trying to create markets for new cooling products and technologies, thinking about things like reclaimed refrigerants or climate-friendly refrigerants. One of the priorities in the Inflation Reduction Act and this funding that we're all competing for is the development of next generation cooling technologies, and also improving the existing systems for refrigerant recovery, reuse, and disposal. And then there you have, again, workforce development. Okay, natural working land. So that's just a fancy way of saying all of our land out there, whether it's a tidal marsh, whether it's tree-covered land, looking at trying to sequester additional carbon by making sure we manage our land properly. So we can do this by reforestation. There's a lot of better agricultural practices that can be followed. We can work on restoring salt marshes and seagrass, better management of our existing forests, and then also trying to protect the existing natural lands and avoiding having them converted to development and impervious surface. So what have we done so far here? Our investments in natural working lands are twofold. We have a natural climate solutions program that is just underway with fresh awards of about $24 million for 14 projects throughout the state that do some of the things I just described. And then also hot off the press, last month we awarded almost $5 million across a whole bunch of public schools, colleges, and universities in the state to plant trees in order to sequester carbon. Next slide. So the potential opportunities here are to build on some of those existing grant programs, work on forest canopy restoration, restore tidal marshes and living shorelines, work on those better farming and agricultural practices that I talked about, and then also, importantly, technical assistance for landowners and land managers throughout the state so that they understand that there are opportunities to do things better. And this is our website, which has all of the information I just showed you. It also, I don't know if I said change slide, so we're on the very last slide. It also gives you the opportunity to look at our upcoming stakeholder opportunities. There's a link, I think, somewhere on that page to submit comments as well. So Chris, hopefully I am on time. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any. I can't see the chat, so.
Absolutely, I will handle that. And thank you, Director Hannah. And I do not think you could possibly fit actually more into that presentation, so that's extremely impressive. Seeing questions in the chat just yet, so I guess I'll start us off. During your presentation, you spoke a lot about the various opportunities in the climate space. Can you speak a little bit as to some of the challenges you see with potentially implementing those programs?
I think there are a tremendous amount of challenges. I'm not sure where I would begin. I think trying to deal with stakeholder and partner fatigue is a very real one. I know that sounds like kind of a lame excuse or an old excuse, but I do feel like the department is always going out with information. We throw out a lot of words, a lot of acronyms. I threw out a bunch to you here today. You know, we're planning and we're looking for this money, and I think it's sometimes difficult for people to understand how all of this planning and this opportunity for federal funding will actually make a difference in their day-to-day lives. So I think one of the challenges and the things that I remind my team of very frequently is we really need to make those direct connections for people. We need to communicate in a way that it's clear to them why climate change is an imminent threat and why we need to focus on solutions. It's not something that's going to happen in 50 or 100 years. It's something that there are things we can do to improve your daily quality of life. Energy efficiency things will improve your economic bottom line. improved transportation will enhance your ability to get to jobs and work and daycare. So there's all different, I think, benefits of greenhouse gas reductions that we don't always communicate very well. And until we do that, I think it's difficult for people to sort of rise up and want to partner with us. So that's a challenge that's really at the front of my top of mind for me as we move through yet another planning process, yet another grant opportunity, yet another list of acronyms.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And there were a couple questions that just popped up in the chat. So I'll take the first one from Raina Louisa. Is the DEP considering hydrogen energy as a part of electric generation?
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely.
And a little editorial comment on my part is any certain color hydrogen or all colors welcome.
That sounds like a trick question.
Sorry, bad jokes.
I think we want the hydrogen that has the best life cycle emissions from beginning to end. I don't remember the colors of all of it, but yeah, I know there was just an article the other day that we're now drilling for hydrogen in some part of the U.S., so I guess that would be considered white hydrogen.
I have a lot more questions. I think I'm going to pause for a second in case we get some more in the chat. But there was a report that came out a couple of days ago that as a country, we're not doing very well to meet our climate goals. Can that report be a driver to help get these types of things kick-started?
I think what probably the most powerful driver for the, average person and someone that doesn't do this for a living every day is the storms like Superstorm Sandy that we've had, the Canadian wildfires that literally put a fog over the state for days. I think those like very visible, tangible impacts of climate change are going to compel action more than any report will do. The reports influence, academics and people like me who do this every day and think about it every day, but I'm not sure that the average person is going to, rise up to that report and say, oh my gosh, I do need to do something.
Yeah, I agree. Changing over a little bit, you spoke a lot about the impacts of food waste and MSW. Has been relatively static as far as the percentage of MSW over the last couple of years. Is anything being done to help spike that up a little bit?
I don't know that I can answer that. I'm not well versed on composting, and I don't know if Janine McGregor or any of her staff are still on the line, like Seth Hackman. Not to put them on the spot, but they'd be much more qualified to answer that than I would. And I just don't want to speak out of turn.
Understood.
It looks like they're not on. I don't see them.
And I would just give it another minute or so, just in case anyone wants to add anything else in the chat. But again, Peg, thank you very, very much. Excellent presentation. I don't see anything else, so I will pass it back over to Ron.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Director Hannah, and thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Borough Chief Kimberly Seno of the New Jersey DEP's Division of Water Monitoring, Standards, and Pesticides Control. She has been with the department for over 30 years. She's a graduate of Douglas College, Rutgers University, and holds a bachelor's degree in geology and has a master's degree in city and regional planning from Rutgers. Her program oversees the development and adoption of New Jersey's surface water quality and groundwater quality standards. It monitors New Jersey's beaches, prepares the Clean Water Act 303, the list of impaired waters, total maximum daily loads, and implements the Clean Shores Community Water Monitoring and the AmeriCorps New Jersey Watershed Ambassadors Programs. The floor is yours, Borough Chief.
Okay, Ron, can you hear me? Can you
Yes,
confirm?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, very well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next slide. Hi, everybody. Thank you for that introduction. Those of you that have been on these meetings before, you've heard me give this annual update on the division's initiatives and with a focus on the surface water and groundwater quality standards. But just to reacquaint yourselves with what we do here in our division, we regulate the pesticides, we assess New Jersey's waters, and we protect the drinking water supplies. And we accomplish this through the monitoring and other initiatives that we have. And I'm going to walk through some of those highlights on the next slide, please. And we are part of Water Resource Management that's under the Assistant Commissioner, Pat Gardner. And I have listed here the 4 divisions. And then we fall under the Division of Water Monitoring Standards and Pesticide Control. And our director is Vic Peretti. And I have the 4 bureaus that fall under our particular division. Next slide. So starting with the Bureau of Pesticide Control, there's 2 major initiatives that I wanted to highlight. Their certification and training plan and the 1016, the neonicotinoid legislative mandate. Next slide. So they were required to do a certification and training plan, and the filing date is November 2024 for the adoption of the federal requirement. And we're pleased to report that New Jersey is presently well ahead of this scheduled deadline for approval. So I know they've done some stakeholdering on this topic, and those that are requiring license with the pesticides, this would be more familiar to you. Next slide. But specifically, this restriction and the rulemaking process to amend the Pesticide Control Act to restrict and curb the use of the neonicotinoids in New Jersey. So it's an ongoing. The last stakeholder meeting was conducted this past September. And then October 31st, the law for restriction became effective. And what that means is that only agricultural uses of the neonics are permitted, and then only by valid pesticide applicator licensed individuals. The banning of the neonics by golf courses, landscapers, and retail use and by homeowners is now in effect. There are exemptions for environmental emergencies. Next slide. So those were highlights from what that program's been busy with, and then moving on to our Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring. They're responsible for the chemical, physical, biological, and microbial monitoring of the state's waters. They assess the data to ensure that we're meeting the Clean Water Act uses, that is the aquatic life, recreation, drinking water, and fish consumption. They have enhanced regional monitoring to support the Integrated Water Quality Assessment Report, and I'll talk more about that later. They also do monitoring for environmental trends and performance metric indicators. And much recently, we've been hearing about the contaminants of emerging concern, so they've ramped up monitoring efforts related to that as well. Next slide. So some of the new and enhanced initiatives is the additional monitoring, but then doing some source track down related to those contaminants of emerging concern. And then some specific projects were with the Millstone River. The year before, we had an intense harmful algal bloom that is on the Millstone River, so they're continuing to monitor. We did not have a repeat of that this past year, fortunately, but we continue to monitor for that. And then the monitoring on the Delaware and Raritan canals and Carnegie Lake for nutrients and for the potential for HABs. So those are some hot spots throughout the state related to the harmful algal blooms that we're paying special attention to. In fact, we have an entire harmful algal bloom reporting system and requirement. So if you think there's a HAB, we have a way for you to report that, and the department would do an investigation to confirm that. And that's on the Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring's website. Then for the PFAS, specifically there's a Cedar Brook Bound Brook status monitoring. They saw PFAS in the groundwater and the discharge, so they're paying special attention to that. And then in the Delaware Raritan Canal and Lawrence Brook, there was monitoring in response to concerns raised by a purveyor. So again, these are some specific projects they do within their routine monitoring. Next slide. With the harmful algal blooms, and that's the photo in the bottom right, that pea soup we call it, where you can see, well, that is what a harmful algal bloom looks like. The Bureau's been busy expanding their capacity to make those determinations, and they have additional analytical equipment. So this is to improve the efficiency and the response time. A particular project of concern this past year was Cozy Lake, where they did monitoring of the lake and private wells. There was drinking water concerns due to the high toxin concentrations in the lake and the potential impact to nearby shallow wells. So not every harmful algal bloom has the cyanotoxin, but that's why we have to do the monitoring to ensure that there is no toxins present. And again, that is explained in greater detail on the department's webpage, where there have been these investigations done. Next slide. And more recently, the Bureau has taken on the statewide ambient surface water quality network. We ended our long-term cooperative agreement with the United States Geological Survey, and we've taken over the management and operation of this water quality network. It had been a joint effort for many years, but at this point we had the staff and the resources to take it over in its entirety. So we've done so. This will result in increased efficiencies and ability to respond more quickly to emerging issues and concerns. And also we'll be able to expand the network to additional water bodies that are not currently represented. So this is sort of a static network where we go back to these sites over and over again to determine the stream health, and it's representative of the state. So we will be expanding upon that in the future. Next slide. And then other initiatives in the Bureau include fish eDNA. So they use a variety of laboratory techniques, including qPCR and metabar coding, and they look for the trace amounts of the DNA in the water to determine what fish are represented. And this allows them to detect if there's invasive species, to track species of concern, and to monitor entire biological communities. We continue to do this work in the Paulins Kill to track the presence of shad in the river, and the expanded implementation of the eDNA sampling alongside the fish IBI sampling to determine potential for more routine use. And we will be developing a specific standard in the pylons related to the eDNA. So if this is of interest to you, please reach out to me separately, and I'll put you in touch with the right people in this Bureau so they could explain it in greater detail to you, what some of these initiatives are. Next slide. Then the Bureau of Marine Water Monitoring. It's broken into the field component, the labs, and then the assessment. As you can see, they have amazing lab facilities to handle the different type of analysis. Next slide. Specifically, their core programs are for the shellfish water classification. New Jersey is allowed to administer and conform with the National Shellfish Sanitation Program called the NSSP. Our Bureau issues the permits for shellfish-related activities. They perform the ambient water quality monitoring to determine the status of the shellfish waters. They have real-time continuous water quality monitoring, and they do aircraft remote sensing. They do microbial and pollution source trackdown. They do shellfish Vibrio monitoring and marine phytoplankton monitoring. So the Vibrio is extremely important. that's a pathogen that's of concern to shellfish. So the state and the coastal states are very much on top of that monitoring to ensure the safety of the shellfish waters for consumption. Next slide. This is just a schematic of what the continuous water quality monitoring network looks like. And details would be, this is a snapshot from the Bureau's webpage. Next slide. And then really cool is their aircraft remote sensing program. It is an initiative with the state's fire service, and there's actually remote sensors placed on the bottom of the aircraft, and they fly along the coast. So you'll see that in green highlighted along the coast in the map slide. And they go 6 days a week, weather permitting, and they're able to determine if there's chlorophyll present in the coastal waters. And if there is, that gives them a sense of where they then need to do follow-up monitoring. And we have boat captains, and then they go out and do actual sampling. So this could be a precursor for other potential problematic issues. So we're on top of that and have this successful aircraft remote sensing program. Next slide. And the pollution source trackdown, it's a multi-step effort. They target pollution source through 5 key steps. They have to identify the water quality impairment. They have to survey the watershed area. Then they do the intensive monitoring. Then they utilize the advanced laboratory analysis. So that's why they're so lab heavy and have the experience and the equipment to do the monitoring and analysis ourselves. And then they collaborate with the community to fix the problem. So once they do this investigation and they determine where the source is coming from, is it a broken pipe? Is it an overflow? Is it something else very specific, and then working backwards with the track down, then they're able to solve the problem. So they've been very successful doing that, and some highlights of that can be found on the Bureau of Marine Water Monitoring's homepage. Next slide. And then my Bureau of Environmental Analysis, Restoration, and Standards, we provide the scientific foundation for the restoration and protection of New Jersey's water resources. We want to ensure that all our rivers and lakes and coastal waters are fishable, swimmable, and support healthy ecosystems. And we want to ensure that all our fresh waters are also clean sources of drinking water. Next slide. So specifically, we write the surface water quality standards for the state of New Jersey. Next slide. And the surface water quality standards consist of designated uses. So what waters are designated for aquatic life, drinking water after conventional treatment, agricultural and industrial supplies, navigation, and recreation. So when we say the water has a designated use, that is specifically what we mean. Then we have stream classifications. So you may be familiar with C1, and I've spoken on that before, Category 1 waters. That's an example of a higher classification of water that has to meet certain standards. And then, of course, even our saline waters have classifications within them, and then PL, those are for the Pinelands waters. And then under the third bullet, water quality criteria necessary to protect the designated uses. These are the things that we have to take into consideration to ensure we're beating these designated uses. And then standards also consist of written policies that affect the implementation of the standards. And they fall under different headings, general and technical, anti-degradation, mixing zone, and variances. Next slide. Our surface water quality standards must be reviewed every 3 years, and that's called our triennial review, and that's per the Clean Water Act. And per the New Jersey Administrative Procedures Act, our rules need to be renewed every 7 years. So even if we haven't made any changes to them, we have to re-adopt the rules. And or if we have made a change, we still are required to do this process. So our rules actually expired in 2023, and in July of this year, we did the renewal process. So our rules are in effect to 2030. But of course, we will be amending them every few years as we have changes to our standards that we need to reflect in the rules. And our statutory authority is both from the Federal Clean Water Act, and then we have state authority as well to have and implement surface water quality standards. Next slide. Next slide. And then not our bureau, but other bureaus in the department implement the surface water quality standards, whether that be the site remediation, the NJDEP-AWMA permitting program, and or other parts of my bureau that assess the waters to see if they're impaired. We have to assess against those standards and determine if the water body is meeting the standard that we have in the surface water quality standards. And if not, then we have to do what's called a total maximum daily load, or TMDL. And then we have to determine the load reductions required from the point and non-point sources that need to happen in that particular watershed in order for the water to then gain back to having meeting the standard. Next slide. And then the anti-degradation policies. Like I said, there's certain policies that are components of our surface water quality standards. And the Category 1 waters is always of interest to folks. And we have this diagram here that shows that 53% of the water is a Category 2 water, 32% of the state's waters are classified as Category 1, and 15% of our state waters are outstanding national resource waters. You may be less familiar with those. Those are where no activities can happen because they're in parts of the state that are protected with state and federal parks and lands. So it may not be as familiar to you as, oh, we're in a C1 water. And if you're in a C1 water, the implementation and implementing policy related to that is that there's a 300-foot riparian zone along the stream, and that protects, so there's no measurable change to water quality within the riparian zone along the 300-foot buffer in a Category 1 water body. So there's maps on the department's webpage that shows where all these water bodies are located, and permits have to take this into consideration for discharge and other flood hazard area rules as far as encroaching into that 300-foot riparian buffer. Next slide. So we had a rule adoption on August 7th. So this was in addition to the renewal that we were required to do for our surface water quality standards, but then we made changes, and that was posted on August 7th, 2023. And I've spoken about what these changes were before, but they encompass more stringent bacterial quality criteria for primary contact recreation. And this was based on EPA's recommendations that came out in 2012. We also updated our freshwater ammonia criteria, also based on EPA's recommendation. And basically that was the formula that we used to do the calculation for ammonia. Then we added a new subchapter to establish provisions for water quality standard variances, also based on EPA regulations that were published. A variance is just what it sounds like. You're having a variance to the standard. So the standard says the water has to be 0.1 milligram per liter for phosphorus. Are you allowed to have a variance to that numerical standard? And there's a series of reasons that could be allowed for that to happen, and then a series of investigations and reports that need to be prepared in order to then have a variance. And then a variance can only be allowed not in perpetuity, but for a limited amount of time. So it is a very lengthy, comprehensive process in order to go through that. But we wrote that into the most recent surface water quality standards that spells some of that out. We had some updates to our total phosphorus narrative criteria. And then there was updates concurrently to the New Jersey pollution discharge elimination system to reflect the variance policies. Then on top of having that rule adoption, we are proceeding now in the last register in December. We have a minor administrative correction to make to that rule with some terminology that we used in the rule. So we do that through an administrative correction. So that's where we are with the surface water quality standards. But then there's more. Next slide. Concurrently, we had been working on more rulemaking to the surface water quality standards, and we're calling this next proposal, which hasn't happened yet, we're calling it our toxics proposal. We stakeholdered this back in 2019, and then of course time had gone by while we were working on the rule adoption and proposal that I just spoke of. So we had a refresher stakeholder meeting this past August. And so we're looking to publish this rule in 2024, and we're discussing potential updates to human health surface water criteria. So we're looking at new definitions for carcinogen and non-carcinogen. We have a new significant figures and rounding policy, and we will be doing revisions and additions to fresh and saline numeric criteria for 94 toxic substances. And then this is based on the department's review of EPA's 2015 recommendations. So some of these new criteria and additional toxic substances that we will be having standards for include PFNA, PFOA, PFOS, and 1,4-dioxane. Next slide. As I said, we're looking at changes that will encompass 94 toxic substances. And the chart here shows where they will occur within the fresh waters of the state and then the saline waters of the state. And the slide shows how some will be more stringent, some less stringent. Now, less stringent could be due to our rounding policy or due to the calculations that New Jersey itself has done for the standard. So we are deviating somewhat from some of EPA's recommendations. And like I said, there'll be some new constituents added as well. So if this is of interest to you, we certainly could talk with you about this. We, like I said, had a whole stakeholder presentation back in August, and we can certainly reshare the materials with you to walk you through this and what it means. Next slide. So this just then shows you what the proposed numbers would be for some of those standards. So we called out the PFNA, PFOA, PFOS, and the 1,4-dioxane because those also relate to the drinking water standard as well. Next slide. Then moving on to our groundwater quality standards. Similar to the surface water quality standards, we have designated uses. What can the water be used for? Potable water supply, agricultural, industrial water supply. We also have classification system for our groundwaters. They're class 1, class 2, class 3, and those are laid out in the rules. There's also the criteria necessary to protect these designated uses, and they too have policies, an anti-degradation policy as well. Next slide. Groundwater quality standards must also be renewed every 7 years per the Administrative Procedures Act, and so our current rules will expire in 2028. And the Clean Water Act itself does not have specific authority over the groundwaters, although it does talk about them in the Clean Water Act, but we receive our authority is derived from actual state statutes, and in the case of New Jersey, that is our New Jersey Water Pollution Control Act and our Water Quality Planning Act. Next slide. And two main programs that implement our groundwater quality standards are the NJDEP permits, discharge to the groundwater permits, and the site remediation programs. Next slide. In June of this year, we published an interim specific groundwater quality standard for Gen X. So unlike the surface water quality standards, in our groundwater quality standards, we are allowed to do interim standards. That is, we publish it, we have a commentary period, and then it goes into a table that's posted on the department's website. And then this allows the different programs, like the site remediation programs and other programs, to use the standard that's determined. And then after some time, sometimes it's very quickly, sometimes it's a couple of years later, but then the interim is then eventually aligned up to be proposed for formal rulemaking to be the actual standard in place. But our rules do allow for the interim, and here's an example of one that we did for Gen X. And we have the enforceable standard as the 0.02 micrograms per liter. So, and then this just gives you some basics of what it is based on. Next slide. And then we are considering some major updates to the groundwater quality standards. So also similar to the surface water quality standards, we're looking at some other additional toxic substances and constituents to upgrade the standards for them. So like I said, we have the interim for the Gen X that will be also put forth for formal rule proposal for a standard. Then we also had interim standards for the perfluoral polyether dicarbyl oxalates. And so that's another interim standard that we anticipate establishing. And then also the one. So that one we put forth the year before as an interim. So this is just some highlights from what we'll be moving forward with our groundwater quality standards. But we're looking at, hopefully, I don't think we'll make a December register, but we're looking at a January register to propose these groundwater quality standards for formal public comment. So you can be anticipating that. Next slide. And so similar to my previous slides, it just shows how many constituents we looked at, which ones are more stringent, less stringent, and the order of magnitude. And it gives you some idea of how we do these calculations based on an adult body weight of 80 kilograms and a daily water consumption of 2.4 liters per day. And then they do the calculations. We work extremely closely with our Office of Science and Research, and they do the technical calculations and the basis and background and technical reports that go with these rulemakings. Next slide. So our earlier stakeholder meeting was back in May 2019, and then like I said, we did the refresher since it had been some time back this past August. And so the updated new standards will be applied to all existing site remediation cases. This can result in additional monitoring wells, the need for additional sampling and treatment of additional groundwater and/or any impacted supply wells. And it could trigger additional remediation of contaminated sites for these constituents that are becoming more stringent by an order of magnitude. There could be additional cost to NJDEP-AWMA's permittees, and all that's explained in the basis and background document that goes out with the rule. And we had been anticipating a December register, but I believe, like I said, we're now on schedule for a January register to propose the groundwater quality standards. Next slide. And then in closing, some other initiatives in our Bureau. Every 2 years, we are required per the Clean Water Act to propose and then adopt a list of impaired waters. It's called the 303D list of impaired waters. And part of it is included in an integrated water quality report. So we determine the water quality status for all the waters of the state and compare them against those surface water quality standards to see if they're meeting or not attaining the designated uses and the standards for those waters. And that's how we come up with a list of impaired waters. We've switched over to a web-based report, and we did a presentation on that to stakeholders some months back. It was really well received. And we think the tables and charts lend themselves much better to the web-based format than the previously 700-plus page written report that we had. And all the accompanying tables, charts, and graphs, and appendices, and spreadsheets are all included on the website. So we look forward to hopefully meeting the December 18th New Jersey Register to propose the 2022 Integrated Report and 303D list, so be on the lookout for that. Then we'll have a comment period, a response to comment document prepared. We submit it to EPA for approval. Upon their approval, we would then adopt the 303D list of waters. And for waters that are impaired on the 303D list, we typically do what's called the TMDL, the total maximum daily load, where we then identify the reductions needed in the point and non-point sources to then attain the standard. And we do complex models in the case of many of the TMDLs, and we have one coming up for the Barnegat Bay. So we have a Barnegat Bay stakeholder meeting that's happening on November 29th at Ocean County College in person, but we also have an option if you wish to attend virtually. So that's of interest to you. I certainly could give you the details on that, and we'll be meeting with the stakeholders. Our Barnegat Bay initiative has been ongoing since 2010 when we had a 10-point plan to address concerns in the Bay, everything from the closure of Oyster Creek to our TMDL, which is to develop this more rigorous water quality standard. And we have determined a site-specific nitrogen criteria for Barnegat Bay. So we will be talking about that on the 29th. And all this is stakeholdering that will lead up to, in the springtime, a proposed TMDL. But we wanted the stakeholders to feel comfortable with the monitoring, modeling, and the numerical target. So we're having the meeting in person, and so we can talk about the science behind the TMDL and then the implementation of the TMDL and what that will entail. So we're pretty excited about having that on the 29th. So again, if any of these topics you'd like to know greater detail, I can try and answer your question now, but if not, next slide. All the bureau chiefs from the different programs, I'll put you in contact with them, and then they can answer your question with more detail.
Thank you so much, Borough Chief Seno. Okay, there is a question that I see here in the question section of the webinar. Will new groundwater quality standards affect closed landfills or require additional monitoring wells?
Well, that is a site remediation question, but if nobody is still on the meeting that could answer that, I will have to get back to the person.
I would say probably. With the newer standards coming in, the more stringent and new compounds, new PFAs, probably they would be monitoring those contaminants, yes. I don't see any more questions in the chat or the question section. So I would like to thank you very much for your very informative presentation. And our next speaker is Borough Chief Metia Jepsen. And Chris is going to introduce Borough Chief Jepsen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ron. And thank you, Bureau Chief Jepsen. Very quickly, Bureau Chief Jepsen is the Chief of the Division of Science and Research in the Bureau of Environmental Assessment. Let's see, she covers topics actually ranging from invasive species to recycling, a wetlands scientist by training. Her current research explores blue carbon using dredge materials to enhance salt marshes. That's pretty interesting, actually. And tracking the salt marshes' responses to sea level rise. So with that, I will pass the mic. Thank you very much.
Thanks everyone for having me today. I'm going to be covering the work that the Division of Science and Research does. We've got a couple of different bureaus, so we'll be covering different people's work. So you can advance to the next slide. So the Division of Science and Research provides the department with expertise and information that supports its technical, programmatic, and policy needs. So many of the issues and topics that were presented on today by different programs around DEP are things that the Division of Science and Research has probably worked on. We perform research to meet the needs of the department, and we also identify and try to understand emerging issues that require the department's attention and response. We also act as the liaisons for the Science Advisory Board and standing committees that help provide the DEP with outside expertise on scientific issues. And we promote and integrate a multidisciplinary perspective into the department's identification, analysis, and resolution of environmental issues. Next slide, please. So on staff, we have just about one of everybody. We have folks who have expertise in climate change, toxicology, risk assessment, air quality monitoring and modeling, water quality assessments, chemistry, microbiology, quality assurance and quality control, environmental remediation, drinking and wastewater treatment technology, biology, ecology, including wetlands and fisheries and invasive species. We work in solid waste, we do GIS projects, we conduct statistical analyses, and other broad types of environmental science. Next slide, please. So some of the types of support that we provide the department include the development of fish consumption advisories. We, as I mentioned before, do ecosystem and air monitoring and modeling. We work on human health risk assessments associated with many of the things that Kim Seno talked about. We work on standards development, data analysis and interpretation, analytical chemistry. We conduct field investigations and collect samples. We conduct a lot of literature reviews. So if someone within DEP has a question about what's the state of the science with soil carbon, we'll conduct a literature review to look into that. We conduct life cycle assessments and work on quality assurance and quality control procedures. Next slide, please. So one of our roles, as I mentioned before, is to be the liaison for the Scientific Advisory Board. This is a board of currently 54 external scientists that we can call on. At the Commissioner's request, the SAB provides independent peer review and advice on scientific and technical issues that are relevant to DEP's mission. The board delivers its findings and recommendations to the Commissioner through the Division of Science and Research. And we have 4 standing committees, but they also create ad hoc committees and add members as needed. So those standing committees are our Climate and Atmospheric Sciences, Ecological Processes, Public Health, Water Quality, and Quantity. Next slide, please. So some of the recently completed reports that you can find on our website include a report looking at the availability of biofuels to help us meet those 80 by 50 goals that were mentioned earlier. There's another one on microplastics in aquatic environments that looked at the sources of microplastics, occurrences, and currently known risks of microplastics. A third was a peer review. So the Scientific Advisory Board reviewed the recent addendum to the 2020 New Jersey Scientific Report on Climate Change, as well as the section that looked at the human health impacts of climate change. They also recently provided peer review on 2 reports that looked at historic and expected changes in hourly and daily extreme rainfall amounts in New Jersey. So you can see that there's a broad list of topics. Next slide, please. There are 4 current projects that the SAB is working on. One is looking at low embodied carbon concrete, another looking at bioplastics, a third looking at the human health impacts of estrogens and pharmaceuticals in New Jersey's waters, and a 4th looking at carbon storage capacity of forest soils. Next slide, please. So we have 3 bureaus within the Division of Science and Research. The first one I'll be talking about is the Office of Quality Assurance. And they have 2 main roles. The first is what I'll be talking about here, which is certifying New Jersey's labs. And then the second one is to help programs around DEP to have good quality assurance project plans for their projects. So in terms of the New Jersey Lab Certification Program, just advance my slides, but you can keep this one. They certify approximately 750 laboratories across the state, and they certify nearly 125,000 different tests, and they conduct around 275 audits each year. The certification is offered through both the State Environmental Laboratory Certification Program and the state-run National Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program. In order to certify labs, they review certification applications, they conduct audits and approve the laboratory's quality systems and technical methodologies. This often requires site visits. They review sample data, and they work on annual recertifications. Next slide, please. So for example, for certifications for drinking water, they certify 167 different labs on a variety of different topics. So inorganic metals, organics, radiologicals, asbestos, inorganic nonmetals, and microbiology. Next slide, please. So they work on the certification for samples from multiple different matrices. So there's drinking water that I just discussed, but also non-potable water, air, solid chemical materials, and biological tissues. Next slide, please. So here are some of the thousands of different analytes that OQA certifies. And these are some examples that are across a bunch of different testing areas. Next slide. So OQA also does oversees the quality assurance project plan development within the department. So they do that to ensure that environmental data is generated, compiled, and reviewed using specific quality assurance and quality control procedures. This ensures that data is of documented quality and that it's suitable for its intended uses. It also helps us to meet the requirements based on federal standards so that the quality assurance project plans are appropriate for federally funded programs. Next slide, please. Okay, so the other 2 bureaus within the Division of Science and Research also do kind of more active research projects. So I'll be talking about some of the highlights and the variety of what we work on. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we do is to provide technical support for human health and toxicology issues. Some of the recent things that we've worked on were the use of predictive models to locate and prioritize lead service lines for removal. Another example is reviewing toxicological information for geothermal well additives, pesticides, and manganese in drinking water. And a third example of our recent work is looking at the human health impacts of synthetic and artificial turf. Next slide. We develop human health toxicity factors, criteria, and guidance values. So we help along with other programs to work on human health criteria for groundwater quality standards and surface water quality standards. Some recent chemicals of concern were PFOA, PFAS, Gen X, and 1,4-dioxin. We also work on non-cancer toxicity factors. These are reference doses and fish consumption triggers. And we recently worked on a recreational advisory for brevetoxin, which is an algal toxin produced in marine waters. Next slide, please. The Division of Science and Research provides a lot of reviews and comments onto papers and recommendations that are not specific to DEP. So we recently contributed to the New Jersey Drinking Water Quality Institute's Health Effects Subcommittee report. This report looked at the interim US EPA health advisories for PFOA and PFAS and related information. We commented on a draft US EPA IRIS toxicological review of various contaminants. We commented on the draft World Health Organization drinking water guidelines for PFOA and PFAS, and reviewed the toxicological basis for pesticide and fumigant toxicity factors. Next slide, please. Another role that DSR takes on is compiling environmental trends reports. These reports are on 39 different topics. That they include 8 topics on air, 2 topics on climate and energy, 5 on open space and land use, 3 on pollution prevention and solid waste, 10 on water, and 11 on plants and animals. Some of the most recent ones are listed here, and these can all be found on our website. Next slide, please. These chapters are updated as new data becomes available, and they provide a summary of major environmental issues. So they're generally on topics where we know that there's an issue in the state, and these trends help us to keep track of whether or not we're meeting our goals. Next slide, please. The Division of Science and Research was essential in helping to put together the first scientific report on climate change. This report looked at what we can expect in regards to greenhouse gases and climate pollutants, changes to temperature, precipitation, sea level rise, ocean acidification, how all of these environmental changes will impact our resources and ecosystems, and listed research and data gaps. This was put out in 2020 and was peer reviewed by the Scientific Advisory Board. In 2022, we released an addendum that looks at the human health impacts of climate change. And then in 2023, all of these documents were integrated into a more interactive and easy to absorb web resource entitled Climate Change and New Jersey, Impacts and Effects. And there's the link here to that webpage and report. Next page, please. So the Division of Science and Research is integral in developing and managing the research projects that are involved in the Offshore Wind Research and Monitoring Initiative. So this initiative addresses the need for regional research and monitoring of marine resources during offshore wind development. So we're going to be putting in these big offshore wind arrays. What will the impact to the ecosystems be? Excuse me. The process of putting these projects together, first we identified the most vulnerable resources along with stakeholder input and our partners around DEP. We also coordinate regionally with this monitoring initiative. Then rigorous scientific questions were formed, and now we're developing projects to address these questions. Next slide, please. So these are the priorities that were identified. So far, I think we have about 12 projects, maybe 10 projects that are boots on the ground, starting to work, and a few more in development. Some of those projects include looking at surf clams. We are monitoring whales, and we are looking at the use of eDNA for assessing marine community species composition, including protected and rare species. We're monitoring harbor seals. We are looking at recreational fishery socioeconomics, so how offshore wind may change fishing. Looking at environmental baselines so that we know before these are put in place what are the temperature, water chemistry, planktonic use of these areas. So there's a lot of really interesting work that's going on here. Next slide, please. The Division of Science and Research is coordinating the writing of a carbon sequestration plan for New Jersey. This is called the Natural and Working Land Strategy. We've been working closely with PEG's group on this. The Natural and Working Land Strategy aims to mitigate climate change through the protection, restoration, and strategic management of natural and working lands to maximize carbon sequestration. So again, we're talking about salt marshes and forests and agricultural lands. This strategy is being developed by experts within DEP and with the Department of Agriculture. We expect it will be out in early 2024. In addition, we've been working with PEG's group with some of that CPRG funding is going to a research project to help improve the greenhouse gas inventory. The greenhouse gas inventory tracks our progress towards meeting the 80 by 50 goals of reducing our carbon footprint. And specifically, the research project that we're leading will look at improving our carbon sequestration estimates as part of that inventory. Next slide, please. So the Division of Science and Research has been looking to determine the changes to the environment after the closure of the Oyster Creek Nuclear Generating Station. As a part of this, we have baseline studies, and then now we're looking at how conditions have changed after the closure of the plant. The plant changed a lot of the dynamics with temperature and water flow in this part of the Barnegat Bay. We have 2 projects that are complete, and then 2 more that should be done in the near future. I think you can hit one more. There should be one more that pops up down there. Thank you. So recently completed and soon to be put up on our website is the study of gelatinous zooplankton and planktonic community structure, as well as the effect of the cooling of water effluent on fish, crab, and benthic invertebrate species. And then we're in the final stages of analyzing the data on zooplankton and phytoplankton. Next slide, please. I think the monitoring of fish and fish toxicology, I think, has been mentioned by several other folks who have presented today. The Division of Science and Research is involved in these efforts. We put out, in partnership with other groups, the fish consumption advisories. We are working on bioaccumulation factors that can be used to calculate protective surface water quality criteria in freshwater and saline waters. As part of our routine fish monitoring, fish are the content of fish tissue with some of these potentially harmful substances. This is not my topic. I don't usually work on this, so thank you for being patient with me. We look at whether or not we find these and in what quantities in fish tissue of fish that people would normally eat. So some of the new things that we're looking at are 6-ppd quinone, which is a new emerging contaminant of concern that comes off of tires, looking at PFAS and PFOA in these fish, and we'll continue to look at pharmaceuticals and personal care products, selected pesticides, PBDE, and chlorinated paraffins. Next slide, please. We have some folks who are working on invasive species. Right now, we're just finishing up the development of the New Jersey Aquatic Invasive Species Management Plan. This was being completed through a grant received from the Mid-Atlantic Panel for Aquatic Invasive Species. Once it's complete, it allows us to have some funding, annual funding for aquatic invasive species management and planning. This plan should be released in early 2024. We've also been developing a DEP invasive species website with other folks around the department. And we've been piloting the use of eDNA to track and detect invasive species, clinging jellyfish, New Zealand mud snails, and cnidarian, for example. Next slide, please. So clinging jellyfish, mentioned on the last slide, this is an invasive species that we have been monitoring. It's secretive, which means it's hard to detect. They are the size of a dime, and they're brown and nondescript, and they hang out in the muddy waters of the back bays along the Atlantic coast. So they're hard to see, but if you get stung by them, it'll put like an adult in a hospital. It really packs a punch. So we've been trying to figure out where the clinging jellyfish is and how many of them we have, what their habitat preferences are, what their life cycles are, because a lot of this is unknown. So we've been doing focus sampling in the Barnegat Bay, Cape May, and the Shrewsbury River. There's a website that gets put up every year that locates like where we've sampled and where they've been found. And so we're trying to figure out at what salinities and what temperatures these critters like to live. And then we've been testing out the use of eDNA to identify when they're present and when they're not, because they're so hard to see and to find. It would be great to be able to use eDNA. Next slide, please. Another topic, harmful algal blooms. This has been mentioned by some of the other folks on the call this afternoon. So harmful cyanobacteria blooms are increasing in both frequency and duration in inland waters. Some blooms are producing toxins, not typically monitored, while other blooms with similar species composition produce common toxins. Factors determining which toxins are produced remain unknown. Some of the research objectives that we're working on with partners are to increase understanding of the drivers behind both toxic and non-toxic blooms. We're working to build out a rapid and accurate field assessment kit to determine bloom composition and toxin capacity that could be used to quickly respond to these events. And we're building a risk assessment model for New Jersey water bodies to help understand their ability to support either a toxic bloom or non-toxic blooms. Next slide, please. The Division of Science and Research helps to interpret and publish the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act data. There are around 400,000 private wells across the state, and these are required to be tested for a whole host of different things that may be harmful to human health. That includes coliform bacteria, nitrates, volatile organic compounds, synthetic organic compounds, lead, pH, arsenic, gross alpha, iron, manganese, PFOA, PFOS, and PFNA were recently added, and sometimes mercury and uranium. The analysis of the data shows the variability in the concentrations of each parameter in comparison to state standards. The data from the Private Well Testing Act can be used to identify vulnerable communities, and it's used for directed outreach effort to those folks. The data is also used by drinking water, the site remediation program, and the New Jersey Geological Survey. Next slide, please. Wetlands, near and dear to my heart. This is my topic. So the Division of Science and Research coordinates the DEP wetland team. So we ask each division across the department that does work in wetlands to nominate one person who will participate in this team, and then we coordinate our wetland work and grant applications through this program. The team also puts on monthly webinars where we have folks within DEP and also external experts that come and tell us about their research and what they're working on. We recently completed an updated New Jersey Wetland Program Plan. This is a plan that we do for the US EPA, and DEP puts the plan together in collaboration with the Pinelands Conservancy, the Highlands, and the Meadowlands. This plan details what types of activities we need to do in seven different core elements. It talks about monitoring and assessment, regulation of wetlands, wetland restoration, wetland water quality standards, adaptation, resilience, and mitigation in a changing climate, public outreach and education, and environmental justice. Some recently completed work on wetlands in the Division of Science and Research include some work that we did on 3 pilot projects that used material dredged out of navigation channels to enhance the elevation of salt marsh habitats in New Jersey. So this is where when they're doing navigational training, navigational dredging to clear waterways to make them deeper so that they're safe for boats, as they're dredging and grinding up the sediment, it gets sprayed onto the marsh instead of going to a confined disposal facility. So these projects were built between 2014 and 2016, And on our website, we now have the monitoring plan from those projects, the lessons that we learned from implementing them that documents all of the steps of putting the project together through completing the project and adaptive management, and then also the monitoring results from monitoring those projects and assessing their success, which was put out in 2023. Some of our other current research topics within the Division of Science and Research is looking at carbon sequestration in wetlands. We are working on a project to use multispectral drones to assess tidal wetland condition and to map habitat types. We are looking at the presence of harmful algal blooms and toxic production in salt marsh ponds, and we participate in the New Jersey Tidal Wetlands Monitoring Network. Next slide, please. So the Division of Science and Research has 2 new staff members that are working on waste management topics. One of them is working on a project to look at PFAS and microplastics in wastewater treatment, in the wastewater treatment process. So looking at what's going into the wastewater treatment plants, and then also how well the wastewater treatment plants are able to remove PFAS and microplastics. So we're seeing what's coming out the other end as well. And we have another new staff member that's working on advanced chemical recycling and also working on bioplastics and plant-based plastic alternatives. Next slide, please. We keep a running list on our website of peer-reviewed publications. These are just some of the most recent ones that I think have been updated since the last time that we presented to this group. We also, in addition to peer-reviewed publications, generally put every single report that we develop up on the website, and we're now working to also get the data up on there, get the data up there as well. So there's a whole lot of scientific research and studies that you can find on our website. Next slide, please. And so that's all from me. If you have questions, I can attempt to answer them now, but feel free also to reach out to Nick Procopio, who's the director of the Division of Science and Research, or to me directly. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think that was an excellent presentation, and I honestly learned quite a bit. And I'll be going on your website for those trend reports, especially. Just looking in the chat box right now, I don't see any questions, but you can give another minute or so in case others come in. But if not, and you happen to have any after this, you can always send them over to the presenters, and they can answer them. And then seeing any, I will jump off and back to Ron. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Borough Chief Yepsen. In closing, I would like to thank all of our speakers, moderators, and backup moderators, IT team, AWMA, and all of you who made this conference possible. The presentation slides will be available on AWMA and the department's websites. Email notifications regarding availability of the slides will be sent later. Please complete the survey form, and happy Thanksgiving.